To the second board meeting of April. Ray Otten, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You're fine.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Ray. Okay, we have some minutes we have to approve, and we will begin that process to talk about meetings or a meeting before I was your mayor. Can I have a motion that the minutes of the March 28th, 2022 meeting be approved?
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Trustee Raymond.
I'll second.
By Trustee Cormos. Any discussion? Hearing none?
Sorry,
Oh,
later in the meeting, we'll talk about attachments to minutes, so I'll discuss that.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nobody opposed? That motion carries. Motion for the minutes of the April 4th, 2022 organizational meeting be approved. Can I have that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Raymond,
I will second.
Trustee Fondanza, Mom, we gotta make sure I got that right, okay? And she's been
Say it again.
Fondanza.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so for some reason you say Fondanza, it's a lot easier than Vandanza.
Yeah.
Because I was tripping all over that. Okay, now that the etymology of her last name is done, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? No, motion carries. Is there a motion to be made for 411? I lost track this week. Yep, okay, so motion, may I have the motion for the minutes of April 11th, 2022 to be approved? The meeting.
I'll make the motion.
Trustee Baskin,
I'll second.
second by Trustee Cormos. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And nobody opposed, so that motion carries. We have several mayor's announcements tonight, so please bear with me. First off, it's been a busy couple of weeks. Coffee with the mayor did not start last week as planned. We're going to try for this Thursday, 9:30 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. at Nomad. We'll do Coffee Planet the following week around the same time, and so watch Facebook for that update. Also, mayor's advisory boards. We're going to refocus on getting those started up hopefully this week with policies, etc., specifically for special events and for the ethics code. So those mayor's advisory boards will be updated also on Facebook. Stay tuned. Rotary Cleanup, special thanks to everyone who participated in the cleanup event at Wiswall Park, the Old Iron Spring, to Disco Trail this past Saturday. Special thanks to the Rotary Club for organizing such a successful event. I think that was record time that was finished in. The PSBPA had something to do with it as well. So thanks to everybody that did get together with that. Saw Liz, saw Bernadette there, and probably missed a lot of people because we were so spread out, and it was great. And Ray, thanks to the donuts and coffee.
Yeah, we had over 50 people, which is more than we've ever had before. So again, thanks to everybody that came, and most appreciated.
Let's do it again. Let's go 50 plus every year. That way it'll be an hour. And my sister did get me the YouTube video, how to rake leaves, up on her TV before I grabbed the rake. I did pretty well.
I did.
Apartment living, I tell you. Recycling events, I wanted to bring to everybody's attention. The supervisors from both Ballston and Milton have reached out and invited village residents to participate in their electronics recycling events. There are certain restrictions on prohibited items that do exist, so check with the towns on that. For Ballston, it'll be Saturday, May 7th from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. For Milton, it's Sunday, May 22nd from 11 to 2. and both are located at the respective town halls. There's a drug take back day. We're hosting one of the 5 locations locally at the Ballston Spot Police Department. It's a community-wide drug take back day for unused, unwanted, and expired medications to avoid them from falling into the wrong hands. It will be held this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Police Department building on Bath Street. Had the good fortune to sit down with library board members Andy Mannion and Lori Acey this past week, and we discussed the recent focus on updating the library's space to meet users' needs better. They invited me and invite the community to a May 5th meeting. It's called a community forum at 6:30 p.m., which architect Paul Mays will discuss ideas and allow folks to participate in the planning process for this building and its usability. We talked about the Dish Network contract last meeting after discussions with our attorney to my right here concerning some potential issues with that contract. We're going to be postponing consideration of it until we're comfortable with the terms, namely when she's comfortable with the terms. So stay tuned for that. I listen. Come on. Milton Salt and Sand, we'll call this part. During campaign, we heard this question brought up about provision of salt and sand for sidewalk reasons, frozen sidewalks, et cetera, and how the village might do that if they had done in the past. I can't remember, but some people suggested it was done. Milton has the capabilities and has done this for a little while to provide that access. And so I called up town Milton. They said they will permit village residents to take a salt sand mix or sidewalk usage next winter with a 5-gallon bucket limit. More information to follow on it, but again, thanks to the town of Milton DPW for that offer as well. Wednesday, Bernadette and I had a couple meetings I want to tell you about, and we had already been planning to get together and just took the day off, so we got a couple of requests at last minute on things, and so we did go over to Maplewood Manor, as you may have seen on Facebook. I reached out after seeing an article that Ballston Supervisor Connolly had sent me from Business Journals, the Albany Business Journal, about what was going on, that an actual asking price had been named for Maplewood Manor. I called up Peter Struzzi, who's the lead broker from Pyramid Brokerage on that property, to say, Peter, what can we do to make sure that the assessed value ultimately of that property reflects at least something close to what it is showing currently, which is around the $15 million mark. And he said, listen, I want to actually reach out to you to show you the building. So about a day and a half later, we got together to do that. And instead of me talking your ear off about what I saw there and thoughts on the future, I wanted to let Bernadette and also Rory O'Connor, our planning board chairman, to give us just a brief synopsis on what they saw and felt as they went through that building. Bernadette?
Sure. We were very thankful for the opportunity to go in that building. I know that's a very important, for many people, there's personal feelings attached to that space. But beyond that, it is very important piece of property for this community, for this village, for the tax revenue that will come in. So we were grateful for the time to kind of go through there. Right now, I think it's a matter of how we can maybe think creatively what that space might be. And hopefully, the broker will attract someone to purchase that space. I don't know whether it will be a nursing, like a long-term care sort of space. There is a lot of the equipment still there. They purchased a lot of equipment to actually even do post-surgery rehabilitation. So there are some things that the purchaser will have to take care of, selling, whether equipment or not, but it's not as in perfect condition, because just over time things happen. But it is, I think, roughly 13 square acres, or
Even more than that, I think,
acres,
yeah.
close to 14 acres. So it is a big property in the village, and we just want to make sure that people know that we are working on it, and as far as just keeping our ears open and also being available to people, the residents, if they have questions, but not only that, to people that are interested in our community. So Rory's far more technical than I am, so he might have more insights as far as that goes, but.
I don't know about technical, Bernadette, but thank you.
Roy, why don't you step forward to the chair area there? That way people can see you and microphone picks you up better that way.
I am hiding here, so I'm difficult. to see. Honestly, it was a very moving experience for me to go into this building and realize that I don't think any of us here, unless you had family in that building, have any idea of the size of it and the scope of it. It's enormous. It's 157,000 square feet, okay, of individual hospital rooms with recreational space, a gigantic commercial kitchen, a boiler and a central air conditioning system that heats the whole building. It's simply a remarkable structure that ought to be utilized. When Bernadette says the equipment is there, we didn't walk every floor because it's set off in wings, but we went to the first and the third floor. They have a brand new bariatric rehabilitation center where they've got all of the brand new equipment in the ceiling to help people in and out of beds and everything else never used. Every room has state-of-the-art, I would say, hospital beds, wheelchairs. There must be, I would say, 600-700 of them that I saw. I'm sure there are more than that. I would say it's in remarkably good condition. One whole wing of it is been totally renovated before this scenario took place. They're asking $7.5 million for the building and all of the acreage. As a real estate broker, I looked at it and all I could think about is what could be done with it? What could this community do to contribute and help? And I will ask all of you, and especially the board, to think in that fashion, because it's zoned, are you ready? R1. All right, it's pre-existing non-conforming use, of course, but if it goes unused for 2 years, it loses that under our zoning, and therefore it becomes essentially R1. No developer in their right mind is going to be interested in it if it's an R1 zone. We have no ability or methodology to deal with that scenario. So I would suggest to us that, number one, we start thinking about at the state level, for example, what organizations could we bring in that could utilize this space to help homeless people, okay, or the indigent or immigrants or God knows what. But it needs to be utilized for what it is, because to convert it into anything else, I think, would be extremely costly and probably not cost productive in terms of a profit. But more importantly, if it does go to R1, which is what it's zoned now, we need some facility here, and it's not a PDD district, in my opinion. We need the ability to create zones within our village, transition zones, transect zones, whatever you want to call them, that offered the opportunity for a variety of types of development that could be acceptable to our community if they met the standards that our village board of trustees eventually would establish. This building and the acreage around it is a perfect example of that type of scenario. So I would urge all of you on the board to consider the fact that that's just one piece in this village. There are several others that could have overlay zones created that would eliminate the need for a PDD at this point and would also allow us to attract more creativity to the village to utilize these various spaces. But to lose this particular facility in the condition that it's in, to not be utilized when all of the need that exists in this community and in the county and the state, it is just a crime. And so I would ask that we just look at it as creatively as we possibly can. And if anybody knows anybody that knows anybody that would have interest in this building at that price, it's a pretty reasonable scenario. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Roy. Thank you for that.
Are we going to discuss this now or at some point?
I think this is one of those let's probably take it offline moments. I think we have the view now from the folks that were there. I would
I've
love to
also-
talk about it.
I've also
honestly.
been in it multiple times, visiting people, and the garden club, you know, would work with residents doing projects, my professional career is in long-term care. I have a client where we're doing a nursing home into another purpose.
Mhm.
So I have some experience in that area. I do not believe you'll get another nursing home user. The state has pretty well said they want less beds. So that is probably not going to happen. The reason they closed is they were down to 35% occupancy, and they, you know, nursing homes only make it if they have 95% occupancy. There are some other potential uses, but you know, when did they actually close? When was 2 years? later?
January of 2021, I think, because the Christmas trees were still up in some cases.
Really? I'm surprised it wasn't earlier. So.
Well, I think the ability to close honestly turned on the idea that, as you said, unfortunately, our state did such a cruddy job with nursing homes and COVID that it opened up enough beds to allow them to consolidate the 35% into other homes throughout the state and allow closure. The real devil in the details here is that they lost their certificate of need with respect to being a nursing home under the state's purview. And so getting that back may be impossible. So some long-term care facility might be the only use akin to what we're thinking of in terms of the former use that could be out there. My grandmother was there when it was Maplewood Manor. And so trust me, I can share some true memories there as well. That's where she died essentially, or I had a stroke before dying. And it's one of those things that you walk in and you want to see it best used just for the sentimental value. But as a mayor right now, it's most important to make sure that that assessed value doesn't drop into oblivion, because that will affect the Ballston end of the village of Ballston Spa pretty badly.
Well, it was a nice bump when they had private ownership, because it was
Sure
going to
was.
pay taxes under the county.
Taxes dropped that year, in
One
fact.
thing to consider, and this is something I'd like to discuss at the next meeting, is the Ebola Grant, which currently does not include the nursing home property. But in talking with Lisa Nagel, she says we could modify the area, and that would bring us some expertise and market research into possible uses, and it's all covered under that $170,000 grant. So we don't have to, or somebody else doesn't have to spend money on looking at possible uses. So that would be one suggestion.
And Lisa and I discussed that, actually sent me the information, passed on as well to Bernadette, just to get up to snuff, because obviously we were, it pre-existed us, so want to make sure that we were all on the same page on that. So we'll have some discussions about that in the near term,
And
definitely.
it would qualify because it is a vacant building.
Okay. Later on Wednesday, we actually talked to Steve Bolger, who is the county administrator. And we actually asked him, did the county ever look at Maplewood Manor by any chance again? And he said it wouldn't meet their needs for anything that they have in mind. But, you know, we felt like, you know, somebody could use that space for sure. We just don't know who and how. But anyway, that was not the reason for the meeting. He wanted to just show his commitment to the village of Ballston Spa through and through. He's just encouraged us whenever we have issues, please come to him and they'll do what they can to help us out. And in fact, he said that he is supporting the idea in front of the Board of Supervisors soon when they go through their budget process for a host benefit from the county to the village of Ballston Spa. That will be most likely voted on for January, an amount to be disclosed later apparently, but a great little gift per se, I guess, from the county to the village for their presence here and their appreciation for the village of Ballston Spa. So we do appreciate the county's support here as we move forward. The Tedisco grant, I did check in with our friend John Pirro over in Senator Tedisco's office. No update yet on the status of the $100,000 Tedisco grant. Remember, it had stalled for years. His proposed use changed multiple times. However, his office does believe that grants may start moving again soon, which could be positive. And we'll hopefully have more soon on that, but we're following up with, I know you'd asked a couple weeks ago about the status and an update without much update. Tonight, you're going to see on the agenda outdoor dining discussed. We received a couple inquiries on the village's renewal of its outdoor dining policies. Bernadette is helping collect some information, identify changes that might be needed related to the use of street parking spaces, like we saw last year next door had done. That aspect will be considered at our next meeting. Also, we're not sure because of the ends of the state of emergency provisions out there, how that exactly affects the village, if the zoning allows it without those states of emergency. So we've got to look at the legal aspect of it as well. But tonight we will consider approval of the same sidewalk usage policy as we had last year. Between everybody in this room, I think some restaurants have started that already without the approval. So we're just going to try to hurry up and get that in here soon so nobody's in trouble. Water feasibility study. We've been working with Don Rhodes over at LaBerge to help gather all types of information. I think Jen had received the request and has been working hard to get that information over to Don. It concerns our water system, and the information assists with making the study a success. But one thing I liked about Don, maybe he was reading press clippings, he said to me when I got to talk to him the day after our last meeting here, was, Frank, I despise studies. I was like, Don, I like you more and more as we talk. But no, his point being this, that studies that sit on shelves are not what he wants to do. He wants these studies to actually help get a buy-in from a community, get you the information you need so they're actually used at the end of the day. Even, beyond just the idea of the grant applications that are needed to happen here that we're going to be paying for. So he is definitely hands-on. We're going to have some meetings coming up soon. Really, some of the things he's mentioned focusing on is eliminating some of the water waste that I know the comprehensive plan committee is talking about. Also, possibly maximizing revenue paid for needed system upgrades. So some interesting things coming down that pipe for our water system. And just want to let you know also, speaking of water pumps, the 2 replacement low street pumps have both been installed with no issues. We're just waiting for new motors to arrive in June to replace the existing ones, but currently the system is running well with little if any water leakage, which is a big thing. You probably heard that they were losing a lot of water, not necessarily epic amounts, but enough to be noticeable. That has been resolved by the replacement of the pumps, and I don't think anybody had any hiccups in their water system during that. So that means that it was a success. And more news on that in June when those motors hopefully arrive. That's it for me. Time for liaison reports. Who's got one?
I guess I can start. Sure. So just to remind everyone that brush pickup, leaves, looking for that is going to be through May. And then after that point in June, you'll need to bag or cut and bundle. Also, we're going to be flushing the hydrants starting May 2nd, and it will eventually be posted on the website, which neighborhoods will, so you may experience some fluctuations in your water pressure and the color of your water as we flush. So that's all I have right now.
Thanks, Sean.
I have a few things. One, the library, you already mentioned, they've been working with Paul Mays. He's a library architect, and he also has an engineering firm that's looked at all their systems here, and they've already got some suggestions. He's done a number of scenarios, which at this public forum will be shown, and the public can comment as to this way or this way, and actually he can actually do a charrette, which is where he draws the ideas that come out. The other thing is that they'll have children's activities available so that parents can come and listen to the forum while their children are being entertained. Park and Tree Board Arbor Day will be held on Saturday, April 30th in Kelly Park at 10 a.m. The tree is being donated by Cornell Master Forest Owners through Chris Williams, who's a member of the Park and Tree Board and is also the invasive species coordinator at Cornell. He's a wonderful resource for us to have a member right on our Park and Tree. Work should begin soon on, Ray can update this on the installation of the new playground set for small children that's located, there was a play set that was removed that's next to the pavilion, and this is sponsored by Community Emergency Corps, Rotary, Lions, the fire departments in the town of Milton. I don't know, Ray, if you want to add anything.
Sure. If I could, a few minutes here, I could pass these around. These are pictures of what the set will look like once it's, there's two there. Once it's installed. It's going to be for the age range of like 2 to 6. It's not for the bigger kids, although I'm sure they'll go on it and have fun. It's really sturdy. It's met all the requirements that somebody from the main office has thrown at me, right? I'm looking at you.
You've met every single best one I've
Met
heard of
everyone.
you. You're awesome. You're on.
It's, due to insurance and things like that, there's just a lot of requirements that they have. It will be going up with all volunteer help, except for the fact that I did speak to Jeff Garland, and he has agreed to strip out about 6 inches or so of the wood chips that are there, because they're just old and they're yuck. They look terrible and they're really not performing the function because they're so compressed. And we're looking to get new put in there once it's all in, so that we can have that forgiving soil underneath. Like I say, it's been no involvement with the village for money at all. They will come down and help that. I am working on getting the town of Milton to help us during the installation, because we may need some equipment. It should go up without too much of a problem. DPW is also going to be offloading it into their secure yard until we have a definite date. I'm working on the fire departments helping out. There's a lot of good craftsmen there that can help put it all together. And there's going to be a lot of extraneous things going on when it's being installed, so we can use hands, to do just about anything. And the whole project is going to be between $10,000 and $12,000 by the time we're done. It's not going to Home Depot and throwing up a 2x6 wooden set with a couple swings on it that you spend $300 for. It's been quite the project, and we've had private donors, we've had businesses in the area, Mangino's for this, different businesses, and I know somebody else, and I'm sorry about that. Gina's helping me now trying to get those wood chips. They got to be virgin wood chips. They can't even be just, go to Agway, they have to be virgin wood chips. They can't be mixed with anything. So there's a lot of particulars going into it, but it's coming along nicely. And I think if you look at the pictures, it's going to be a really quality set and upgrade that park. And there will be a monument there also, because it was started by the community corps. We're putting that park in memory of some members that have passed away. So that will be there.
That's awesome. By the way, Gina, I do not want a YouTube video on how to install virgin wood chips. Thank you.
I was already thinking it.
Liz, anything
I
else?
already have that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
That's it for me.
By the way, Ray, one other thing, I'm going to tell you in public that Jen calls you one of her favorite human beings in the world. I swear to God, she says it every time.
Every time I talk to
Yeah.
him.
She
That's
drank the
also right.
Kool-Aid.
He's my favorite person ever.
She drank the Kool-Aid.
Ben, anything on your end?
The Arts Committee, they have begun sales on their planting art project, and you can get details on their Facebook page. It's facebook.com/bspa-arts. And it includes, they're including suggestions for artists for hire as part of that project. So we should be seeing more planters in the coming month. They did receive this $5,000 grant for a public mural on that wall between Augie's and Wiswell Park. And They are working, I'm sorry, I didn't write down the artist's name, so I can't tell you what it is. I'll find it and let you know. But they're working with local artists, and they're gonna be, who's done a lot of murals around the area. And they're gonna be taking an historical look at Ballston Spa, looking at input from local historians and community members. So they'll be asking people for both ideas on what the mural should be and also participating to create the mural. They continue to update their website and Facebook page. They are making arrangements for future banner template of some kind and like a template design. And they're also planning their summer concert series at Brookside. And they do have a Facebook page and also a website, arts@villageofallspot.org. That's what they're doing. And they have their chairperson is Katie Tiedemann. The other thing, just to mention, I went to Doubleday Woods last Friday to try to, I did collect additional surveys, questionnaires for the survey of how many people you cross Doubleday or cross Route 50 and when they cross Route 50. And basically, there's no one time when they cross Route 50, but many more would cross Route 50 if there was a crosswalk. The purpose is to try to convince DOT to put in a crosswalk, to pay for it and maintain it. People did share with me that there have been some accidents. People actually got hit crossing Route 50. So I've asked Chief Bush if he had any records on that. I'll try to get a time frame on that, when that might have happened.
If I can interject,
Yeah,
Ben, DOT, as part of the case study for that, will typically conduct a crash study for a 3-year period.
Okay, so they'll look at that.
Yeah.
Record.
But if you know of particular ones that are beyond the latest 3 years, it would be good for them to know so they can expand their study.
All right, great. Well, I asked the property manager if he could give me maybe some year estimate, so hopefully they can do that. Been there a long time. Yeah.
There is a renewed emphasis on safety with the new round of funding and transportation. So it's a very important issue and is likely to be supported.
I had an interesting talk with Wendy Holzberger, who you and I both know, and Friday or Thursday it was, and I caught up with her, and she said that the overhead ones seem to be the one that has the red signal on it are the ones that are not being turned to as much lately, but the RRFBs are and probably don't necessarily even require us to do too much to get at least the study done. So it's an interesting scenario, and I have a funny feeling we're gonna at least at some point catch the attention of DOT on this.
Well, yeah, they already know about it, and then they're conducting the study.
Good.
Then reached out to them, and from what my understanding is, that obviously DOT, it's going to take a little bit of time. So
the state government, that happens.
They said it'd take a few months.
yeah,
Just like those.
Hey, we're fast. Come on. We're good.
Today I'm gonna shirk my responsibilities and let others do my report. If it's all right, is everyone done with their?
I think that's just a great segue.
Okay.
I'm looking down, I'm like, yeah, she's right.
We continuing the reports from our nonprofits and the different departments. Today we have the BSBPA, the Ballston Spa Business and Professional Association, who's near and dear to my heart. But today we have Dana Warner, who is the new executive administrator, who's recently hired and who's been involved for quite some time working with Ellen just as a volunteer.
But don't call her the new Ellen.
No. She is dated. She is dated, but I bug her just as much, I feel like. Continuing that tradition of calling Ellen all the time, call you all the time now. We also have Sandy Hofferter, the president, and we also have Christine Kernken. I always have to catch myself when I say your last name, who's also the vice president. So I'd love for you to guys to come up and talk about your organization. And
Make sure you stay in the camera, of course. So you'll see it over there.
sorry.
Anybody?
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Okay, well, hello, everyone. My name is Sandy Hashpitter, and I'm the president of the Ballston Spa Business and Professional Association.
I'm a volunteer. All our board members are volunteers. Most of our board members actually have full-time jobs as well. We're on the board because we care about Ballston Spa. We want to do whatever we can to help make Ballston Spa a destination for businesses to want to come here to set up their businesses. For home buyers a destination for home buyers to want to come here to live here, and a destination for visitors to want to come and visit our charming village. We are in full swing right now trying to handle and juggle all of our summer events that are coming up. The movies in the park are on first Fridays, June, July, and August. We also have concerts, which are every Thursday in the summer months. We have our farmers markets that's going to be starting up, that runs right through, I believe, the end of September. Yes, thank you. And we also have, our networking breakfasts. We have one coming up that's May 3rd at Front Street.
Front Street
Social Club.
Yeah.
And so we're looking forward to getting that going again every month. So through these events, we also offer our members opportunities for sponsorship. That sponsorship not only helps us to afford to be able to put on all these events for everyone to enjoy, but it also gives our business members exposure. And again, the main purpose is to bring bring visitors into our village to shop local at all of the local businesses. Our car show this year, big celebration. It's going to be a 20-year celebration this year. So we're already fast working on trying to plan a big celebration for everyone.
The networking breakfast, I did bring some flyers. Anyone is welcome to attend any networking breakfast that we have. You don't have to be a member. You can just be a business member or even just a community member. You can go to ballston.org, which is our website, and click on events and then networking breakfast, and you can pre-register. It's $5 to pre-register, and then $10 the day of our networking breakfast.
And just to mention another big, one of our big opportunities that we offer our members, we have map guides. I'm sure you've seen them all over town, not just all over Ballston Spa, they're all over Saratoga, in restaurants, hotels, train stations, rest stops, the visitor centers in Saratoga, the visitor center on the North Wing, Clifton Park, the Albany Airport. So those are always a big hit, and that brings a lot of visitors, helps bring visitors to our charming village of Ballston Spa. Again, it's just we want to help make it a destination for businesses, visitors, and to live.
I actually moved here to Ballston Spa because of the VSBPA. I moved from Minneapolis with my husband 6 years ago, and a friend took us to the Christmas parade, which I now plan myself. And we brought our 2 sons to the Christmas parade, and we were like, what is this place? And then from that point, we just kind of decided to move here, and then started volunteering, which brings us also to, we always accept anyone who wants to volunteer. We have all these events. We could always use volunteers. Even like social media, we could use volunteers. There's so many different ways that you can give back to the community and volunteer with us. We're also always looking for new board members. We have some slots open. So if you are a go-getter and want to give back to your community in a significant way, the board of VSBPA is a really significant way to give back to the community. You also can become a member of the VSBPA. We accept business membership, and you can be in Saratoga. We have Glen Falls people who are part of the VSBPA. You can be a resident member, or if you run a nonprofit, we have nonprofit memberships as well. You can email me at info@ballston.org if you have questions. That's it.
I have a question. Rory, when was you chaired the steering committee for the economic development study?
Right.
When was that?
Which one was it?
No, when?
When?
When did that?
Now you're pushing.
It was over a
I
year
would
ago.
say it was
Right.
about 2.5 years ago. I would
Oh,
say.
that long, okay,
Yeah.
anyways, one of the aspects, there was a whole bunch of things that the village should do, and actually, the village has done quite a few of them. But there was one area that the BSBPA was gonna sort of lead the charge. And I was just wondering where that was. It was for a business improvement district, as I remember.
We talked about that. That was in there, yes.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if, there was an initiative of the SBPA to do a business improvement. district.
Well,
But I'm stuck.
yeah.
No, it's just, I hadn't. heard
Yeah.
They said there would be no math, but this either.
I do vaguely remember that. I know, Ellen, who's not here, I know she was heavily involved in, I'm not sure if that was it, but I know she was involved. She still is involved with, one of the, committees.
No, that's the comprehensive plan.
Yeah,
She's on that. This
comprehensive,
is
yeah.
different, right?
Yeah, I
Maybe,
mean,
Rory, you could describe
conceptually,
what
if I
a
may.
BID is.
Yeah. The things that came out of the book you're holding in your hand was that in some municipalities, the BSBPA in this case, the chamber and other scenarios, works with downtown businesses to create a special, for lack of a better term, assessment district, where the businesses all kick into a fund that enables the BSBPA to do special things, for example, within that district. In Saratoga, they did a lot of things with Christmas decorations, for example, where the businesses that contributed had special things. I believe they were responsible for the horses. Everybody remembers the painted horse program in Saratoga. That was all part of the special assessment district funding. Used to be years ago, they all kicked in and they threw the Caroline Street block party, and then it became the family weekend. It was a concept that was thrown out along with a lot of other ideas in that booklet to help grow the interest in the downtown area. And obviously it was sort of not delegated to, but suggested your organization could be involved. I'd be happy to sit down with all of you if you want. At any
Yeah, that would be
time.
great.
I don't think anything.
I don't know that anything came of it, but Liz brings up a good point that was there, and I think it could be very helpful going forward.
It was briefly discussed right before Donna and I left the board, and there was some mixed response to it. So perhaps more discussion, certainly. I think that's great that you're willing to do that. I think there's a lot of concerns about how that would exactly be ironed out.
It's
So-
it's I wouldn't say that it was the most popular thing that was ever done in Saratoga initially, but it grew, it got legs and it started to work really quite well.
Yeah, we'd love to sit down with you.
No worries.
And question for you, if you don't mind me asking one. One of the Wednesday meetings that Bernadette and I were having was Diana over at DB Trends, and this is not the first time I asked this question, but I asked her most recently. So the question is essentially about COVID and the bounce back from COVID for businesses locally. Her answer was not unlike many that I have heard about last summer, especially that the rebound was not what they had hoped for necessarily, as we were still sort of in a transition period to get back to where we were used to. How important do you feel, and do the businesses that you represent right now locally feel the next 6 to 8 months are in terms of recapturing momentum, especially with things sort of hopefully getting better here right now in the area of the country, et cetera? How important is this period for your organization to kind of recapture things for these businesses?
It's very important. I don't think there's a meeting that goes by that we don't discuss and bring that up, the impacts that COVID has had on our business members, especially, and on all of us. We're basically acting as this year to go full steam ahead with all our events. And our next networking breakfast. That's kicking it off right there, trying to, because we just did not do that. We did not even consider that. We had one in the past 2 years, but it was outside. But now we're trying to get back, like you said, we're trying to hopefully get back to more normalcy. If you will, and with all these events.
Would more funding help BSBPA capture what's prepping here to hopefully be, let's hope, a positive period over the next 6 to 8 months, especially?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I recently stepped in, I've been on the marketing committee with Bernadette the past couple of years, and recently we're looking at revamping our marketing program with the village based on, or with the BPA, based on a lot of feedback that we got from our membership on a recent survey. Those of you who are members may have seen our recent survey last fall. And a lot of the interest from our members was to look for ways to market the village outside of this area, maybe look towards different types of marketing, focus a little bit more on some of the social media, fit some of the other areas. Talking to some of the village merchants when I'm out and about, I hear them tell me about people who are coming from Niskayuna, Latham, Troy, Saratoga, Stillwater. So people are coming from all over. I even see it when I'm working down at the table at the farmers market. People are just coming into town. Oh, I'm here for a girls' weekend to get ready for a wedding with from Syracuse. You picked Ballston Spa? Yeah. Well, so a lot of feedback we've received from our members in the past few months has been, how can we, kind of reinvent our marketing a little bit. We're have a soft kickoff for First Fridays again, getting people involved, not trying to do too much too soon, but sort of get a feel for, well, businesses want to be open. How can we pull people back into town and make it an event and a destination? So we are revamping a lot of our marketing based on that feedback.
And Christine actually did reach out to one of the area businesses to help us to put a package together for us so we can expand our marketing. And that is one of the good points that we got from out of our survey that we did, was they loved, that was the big hit, was social media. They love the social media. And because it reaches, as you know, it reaches one hit and one share can reach how many tens and 20s turns into hundreds, and so.
It's amazing to watch those numbers.
We're
as they
hoping that
develop.
package, that marketing package can help a lot.
How many followers do you have on your Facebook?
We are up to almost 5,000 followers,
Nice.
but each post, as it gets shared, if you look at the engagement, it can be up to, like our Christmas parade, it had over 100,000. Like, it was insane just with the shares and the shares and the shares and clicks and everything. So if you look at our engagement, it's pretty high. And yeah, we have 5,000 followers, and I think we're right at 1,000 for Instagram. So,
And it's pretty simple. We try to spread the word and tell all the business members, all you gotta do when you're posting something, just put on the end of it hashtag Libby Spa, and she grabs it. Anybody else does, and bam, it's out there.
and just a few other things we're trying to add, like a member spotlight every week in or every month in our monthly newsletter, and we're going to hopefully try to engage in just new ways as far as social media goes as well. Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you because you guys do a great job. You really add to the quality of life of this community at every level for kids, for businesses.
And if you, I think a lot of people don't realize the scope of the events and things that we do that are sponsored and put on by the BSBPA. Like, if I read through the list, that's adopt a plot, networking breakfasts, ribbon cutting, farmers market, movies in the park, concerts in the park, the car show. We help promote small business or Citizens on Small Business Saturday, and the Christmas parade. So those are just like things that everyone in the public can enjoy, and they are put on by this group of volunteers.
And I just want to share that the Village of Ballston, you guys give to your group about 5,000, a little more maybe, for advertising now, and then also some funds for that adopt a plot gardening. So that's how the village is supporting you currently.
Yes, because quite like probably 3/4 of the advertising that we do for the BSBPA is actually for the Village of Ballston. So we do a lot of print media, and a lot of our advertisements are geared not towards just our members, but towards the Village of Ballston. So yes, and then yes to the adopted plot, which is a partnership with the village.
And that advertising does go regionally, like Saratoga Living.
Yep. Saratoga Living, Southern Saratoga Magazine, Daily Gazette. We have a nice partnership with them.
Great.
Thank you.
And
Ladies,
good luck
thank
with your
you.
new job.
I would ask you to stick around because there may be some relevance to the next section of the meeting, actually, to your organization. So please do, but thank you very much. Okay, treasurer's report, since the treasurer is not here, she's moving tonight, and much success to her and her family on that move. As your budget officer, I guess, I took on that role, had to sign some kind of form and everything on that thing. I wanted to talk about a discussion, at least I sent out by email last week, to get us to where we'll probably begin a discussion right now. I did mention a couple weeks ago that Julia and I had been talking about areas in the budget that might not need to be budgeted for next year. And we identified 5 things specifically. I'm not going to go into the exact email because it's a little longish, but I'll give you a quick overview. The crosswalk, it's not to get rid of the crosswalk idea on Route 50. It's a question of timing or the state paying for it essentially. We believe that $15,000 can be taken back for this budget year. And if we ever did have to pay for it, it would be the following budget year, most likely. Comprehensive plan, $17,000 because we spent it this year. And so we're not spending it next year. Rolling back trustee salary, mayor salary to 2021 figures out of respect for what economically everybody's going through. It's a little bit of a symbol of us wanting to, or at least hoping to give back a little bit here to the community. Engineering, in our general engineering account, there was the idea to put it up to $40,000. The idea is to slice it back to 20 because the general engineering account does not handle water engineering studies, et cetera, and sewer engineering studies. They have their own funding for that in their budgets. The only reason why we've gotten this high in the past on general engineering is village offices when there was this study done on doing all the overhaul in village offices that ran into the 20s of thousands of dollars, and that's done. And so we're not sure why we would need to have $40,000 in that line. And extra contingency, we've had some CHIPS changes essentially that instead of putting an extra $20,000 to make it $120,000 in extra contingency, we would scale it back to $110,000, so a $10,000 savings there. So all told, that's about $62,000 in change. Bernadette and I got together last Wednesday, as I said, and we proposed the following. If we were to take that $62,000 to credit to the police and court building, 30 Bath Street, for the fascia repair and doors, which are considered insecure or very weak doors in that building, for $10,000. BSBPA marketing, additional $4,000, and BSBPA additional watering, as we believe that it may have been a little bit too low compared to what was requested, another $1,624 for that. Ballston area seniors contract has not ever been up from $10,200 in I think 5 years of us giving toward it. So a proposal for another $1,000 there. $10,000 toward Family Fun Day and other special events, because there is an earnest attempt this year we know of to get Family Fun Day back off the ground. Eagle Mat Lee bathroom and miscellaneous fire facility expenses, $20,000, because there is an ADA need for that bathroom if it is redone at Eagle Mat Lee. And there are other things that are coming up, and there's a belief also that there may be too little money in the repair budget line for the fire department currently, so we want to make sure that they are covered correctly. Increased sidewalk budget of $12,762. Don't ask why the odd number, it just happened that way. And I'll read to you what I wrote to the trustees on this one. There seems to be universal agreement that the reimbursement policy in the village code needs to be revised to provide a better incentive mechanism. And we also need to ensure we have some level of funding available to handle emergency sidewalk replacement, since re-levy will not return to the village coffers in time for the relevant budget year in many cases. This increase in budget would allow for some more sensible code and ability to handle these issues. In other words, let's fund the sidewalk line now and come up with some good policies based on existing code now that we have some money in that line, if we go that route. And treasurer's salary increase, I think you've heard the kudos that Julie has received. It's time to get her pay into a realm that is comparable with others in her field. So $2,500 increase there. That equals basically the 62,000 from the debits you heard from above. There were some other minor things that Julie had spotted, either formula errors or things that changed slightly that she equaled out to basically zero, that we don't have to get into. The trustees were sent that entire list of things that were plus and minus to get to zero on those recalculations. But those were the proposals, and a new budget was generated that was attached. We don't have to do what it is called budget amendments. I will let my budget expert to my right here, Carla. You said your husband lets you do all the spending and budgeting at home, don't you?
No, not so much.
But what is the process
Well,
here?
because there's not a budget adopted, you're not amending anything. So you have your tentative budget. The purpose of the tentative budget, preliminary budget, is to go through it and see if there's any changes. So however you want to adopt it tonight, with some changes, no changes, all changes, that's your budget. Budget amendments only come out once you've got an adopted budget.
Bernadette, hey, I give feedback on it. I just want to let her have the opportunity, so she did actually take the time to write an email about it to let folks know what her feelings were, and then we'll go around the room here, I guess.
Yeah, so the first thing I want to point out is the fire departments. I sat down with Chief Crow, and we were just having a conversation about many things that, you know, they try to do, but it kind of came out in conversation that their bathrooms were not up to code, and that was something that was of concern to him and myself. We feel that that's important just for the safety of people that have different abilities, and not only that, though, it's a liability to not have those bathrooms up to code. So that was something I first mentioned to the mayor, and then also we had that wonderful meeting with Diana at DB10, and all of us have conversations with a lot of businesses in the community, and yeah, they're hoping for more traffic this upcoming year. And when Saratoga is doing well, and I hope they do really well this year, we get an overflow, but we really need to go after people ahead of time before they even come to the area.
Digital marketing is something she
Digital
had mentioned,
marketing,
so
yeah, stuff like that. So
said it without us telling you.
and I know that in conversations, you know, the marketing team, I'm so glad to hear, you know, that you guys are building a good group, people that actually have experience other than, you know, my experience was like, let's make things look consistent and language, but, you know, having people that have that skill, might as well take advantage of that right now as you guys are revamping, and people are ready to have a life again. You know, I will admit, I've been pretty cautious, you know, and I'm sure there's other people that have been pretty cautious over the last couple of years. So people are eager. So let's show them that Ballston Spa is really a wonderful community and a great place to eat and spend money. So I just think right now, and after having, you know, conversations with people, and especially, you know, with our meeting on Wednesday, really, it would be a nice gesture to show our business community that we're there for them in this way. So I hope that the rest of the board will support that. I know that that is something that a lot of people would, I think, appreciate. Those are my two main points, but.
I think we're up to the point where we're transparent with what we had written. I'll let the other trustees weigh in here. I have not
Are we
heard.
out of the order of the agenda, because we have a motion for the budget where we often discuss these things? It seems like, are we
Yeah,
gonna?
this is kind of highly irregular.
Well, here's the thing. For me, with public comment actually coming next, or a little bit later, actually, I'd rather have folks here if they want to weigh in what our thoughts are on this situation, because we are making changes to the budget. They had a public hearing about it, et cetera. So I think that this would probably be a proper timing, and if anything needs to be changed, we can make the amendments when we get the actual motion of it, if that needs to happen. Not amendments, I should say, motion changes. Is that better?
I suppose.
I guess.
What's your feeling?
I think part of why this is in an unusual place on the agenda is because all of these 21 amendments came to us last Thursday after the public hearing. And So the public has heard and seen the budget that has existed for the past few months. They have not seen, I asked earlier today if anyone has seen this revised budget, and no one except us at this table has seen it. So we had workshops, we had months of conversation with every department head, all the nonprofits. And it's certainly appropriate to discuss this now about whether we're going to pass this or not amongst ourselves. But the public has had a chance to weigh in. And I'd rather have this conversation amongst ourselves under the budget, under the motion where we talk about the budget. But if people want to talk more, they can.
Well, I'll note one thing. I asked Julia to explain these changes due to the formula. Because we are responsible for the budget. So even if it does come out even, we need to understand each of these. And as of this today, she has not gotten back to me. I called her last week, and so I feel very uncomfortable, not the one, it came in late. I think he sent it out Thursday, and then I can't even get the answers on part of this, so.
Which one specifically?
Not specific, I wanted a discussion with her as to each of these items and what they were about. I mean,
But I think you explained many of your items, maybe not all of them, but a number of them. And so the public can respond and say, oh, I think that's a good idea or not. So these are all new things that they haven't seen before that are new proposals in your budget, in this budget. And so you've shared them, and now the public has the information they need to comment.
So just a reminder, we're talking about $62,000 of the budget that is, what level was the total amount? I'm trying to think here, in the billions, obviously. Yeah, and something like that. So this is one of those scenarios where we're taking about 1 to 1.5% of budget that can be reallocated, because again, we have spotted things that either may have been a little over aggressive in certain lines, and we have reasons to drop it back down after looking at them a little bit closer. And this was not done willy-nilly. This was done, obviously, I would not have gone and gotten you the budget lines myself, but I wouldn't know which one exactly to put. So Julia actually created the document that you're looking at called Remove from Budget, Added to Budget, and Changes Due to Formulas, that I see Liz has there. So this is all with Julia's work, and Bernadette witnessed some of that on Wednesday. One of the things that Liz is bringing up is something, the changes due to formulas, as I brought up. Certain things were either not encompassed in the budget, in the tentative budget, that are known changes, or a computation was done differently, and then updated information showed that it needed to be amended. And so anything that is labeled under changes due to formulas is essentially a question of either that happening, or she did some cover to get it to zero, essentially, well within the means of anything the treasurer will be allowed to do to get it to zero at that point. The only thing that I've touched in terms of this, or Bernadette has suggested, are the two columns above called Remove from Budget and Added to Budget, based on those discussions with Julia. And we did actually preview some of these 2 weeks ago in terms of sidewalk funds, and I think maybe you even mentioned the police and court building, for instance, in that discussion. So let's just be completely transparent on why we're here and what we're doing with it, with this 1.5% of the entirety of the budget. John, any thoughts before we move?
Overall, I think that the budget changes, well, my personal opinion, we should keep that money in engineering. That shouldn't go anywhere. I think we're going to find some unforeseen things, and unless there's a requirement that we have to spend money out of either the water or sewer budget to conduct studies.
With their water and sewer, yes, you do.
So it's a requirement.
Yes.
Also grant applications.
Depending on if the grant application. So I'll give you, for instance, the back truck, the percentage of the back truck that's dedicated to sewer has to come out of sewer funds in some way, shape, or form. water, if it was involved at all, same, and then percentage out of general for everything else. So yes, there is a requirement that you spend according to the share of it in that respect.
Well, the reason I say this is because both water and sewer funds are woefully underfunded to really do anything meaningful moving forward. If we do get studies done and we actually want to implement development of plans, those kinds of engineering reports are more than just a conceptual feasibility study. And I could see us exhausting some of our funds there. And then when we actually need to use them to pay for something, that could be problematic. So I mean, I don't know how we move forward with this, but there was a reason that that amount of money was there for a lot of ancillary engineering that may be required. And I hate to see us exhaust our funds. But if you're saying that we're required to exhaust our funds before we can go anywhere else,
Let me throw in a little asterisk here because we'll get into this discussion when we get to discussion of DPW equipment purchases. Our philosophy based on what I'll tell you in there in a little bit is that sewer will still have fund balance if we go the route that Julian and I are suggesting, because instead of spending out of sewer for the back truck, which would have exhausted possibly the entirety of the fund balance for sewer, we're going to propose bonding the entire thing so that we actually have the preservation of sewer
I
funds.
understand we're gonna use ARPA funds for that.
Well, I'm going to give you a good reason that we were suggesting not to do that under the circumstances coming up.
But that was in the original budget, was to use ARPA funds, correct?
It was not budgeted that way. It was suggested that that was an idea. It would never appeared in the budget itself.
I would have to say that some of these transfers feel like we're transiting from a need to a want, which in general, I don't see as sound fiscal management. I'm not inclined to accept a lot of these changes. I mean, there's certainly things we could do after the budget that was presented to the public and apparently accepted wholeheartedly, that we could move forward with that budget. And then if we wanted to make some of these changes on a case-by-case basis, after that point, we certainly could consider that. Whether it's a budget transfer or we decide that, maybe we need to pull something out of contingency fund to fund some of these things as needed.
That, while some of that may be true, you stated and Julia acknowledged multiple times as we had this discussion, for instance, that you said in the workshop, Crosswalk wouldn't happen this budget year if we were paying for it, or the state's going to pay for it. So why would we budget 15,000 for something that we won't be paying for in this budget year coming up? Comp plan in the same light. Let me just say in the same light, $17,000 has been paid to the comp plan that was budgeted for next year after all that confusion on the comp plan. 17,000 is done. We don't need to budget 17,000 next year. So there's $32,000 that isn't needs or to wants. That's money that doesn't need to be budgeted in this manner. And so let's find a place to rebudget it to. And that's what started the conversation. You're kind of focusing, I think, on the 10,000 extra contingency and 20,000 engineer, but you haven't answered yet where we've spent general engineering funds outside water and sewer to total us outside of $20,000, which is a big load of money for engineering.
No, it's
not.
It is for what you're going to be engineering that wouldn't come out of water or sewer ultimately.
Well, there's also buildings that
Yeah.
we have to deal with, and that's gonna eat up 20 easy.
So tell me what you're going to engineer in what building.
So I'd just like to comment.
Tell me what you're going to engineer in what building.
Yeah,
I want to stay in her thought.
Just saying this isn't a workshop where you need to do research, right?
Right.
This is not a workshop. A workshop is where you hash out all these details about budget items. A workshop is where you have extensive conversations about each line item. And
You wanted a workshop and they turned you down on it, Ben.
I'm not going to talk anymore because this is not the appropriate time in the agenda to have this conversation.
I didn't knock down your budget workshop idea. I thought it was a good idea personally, so I can't tell you what to say on that. I really don't. I would have been a good idea. And over the last 3 weeks, I've worked with Julia and Bernadette to try to figure out the right course of action here with things that could come out of certain areas or should come out of certain areas and where to put them to be respectful to the community. I don't know what you want me to say beyond that. So that's that discussion. We'll have a motion coming up, public comment coming up soon. If you have some comments to make on that idea, it is a viable motion to discuss coming up in a couple times. Old business PDD legislation, just to recap kind of where things were and then give the floor over to you, Ben. Last year, about a year ago, Stephanie Ferradino, when she was the village attorney, had come up with what I would view as an overlay district PDD type legislation, kind of a generic, what every other municipality has in their books that has a PDD type of idea, that the board summarily, aside from Mayor Wilbright at the time, refused to accept or consider. Fast forward to summer last year, Trustee Baskin proposed a moratorium for redevelopment sites, especially at that point in time, which the public summarily rejected on their side of things. And so we laid it back at PDD, planned unit development districts, however you want to call them. Lisa Nagel and Elon, her firm Elon was used, and over the next month or two, there were workshops held that took us into late October of 2021. I will talk about my discussion with Lisa about that experience coming up in a little bit, but the PDD draft was put out, I think, on October 29th. It was dated 2021. Since that point, not much had been heard about it until about 2 weeks ago. I brought up in my mayor announcements that I wanted to take a look at and collect back all of the comments from the planning board, Bernadette, myself, from stakeholders, to see where things were, where things needed to go, what the response was, essentially to figure out what to do here with it. Then on last Tuesday, I think it was, out of nowhere, Trustee Baskin sent the quote final draft of the PDD. Take it away, Ben.
I'm just wondering what your conversation with Lisa Nagel consisted of. I'm curious.
Well,
Can you
since
share that with us?
I'm kind of going in order, so you put it out, then I had a conversation with Lisa. So tell folks
Well,
where
I'm
we are.
interested in that. You brought up that you talked to Lisa and you're giving us a rundown of what's happening.
Yeah, it was my first conversation with Lisa as mayor. And
Can you
so
share what was discussed about the PDD?
I can indeed,
Thank you. Go ahead.
after you. So.
Ben, what were your thoughts on this?
Yes.
I mean, listen for it.
One thing you characterized that for the approval,
PDD.
no, the
Can you guys
April,
address the PDD?
I'm trying to find out what the latest is from Lisa, our consultant.
You guys sent us a draft that was your draft. Tell us what's different. I'd love to know. Explain it.
So you
Explain it
guys
to the
can-
public.
All right, so let's start at the beginning. What is a PDD? Because most people don't know, all right? So it stands for Planned Development District. And it's special zoning for a defined area of land. And you guys can add into the definition, because you guys also know, and Frank, you certainly know a lot about PDDs. But it's special zoning that's different from the base zoning. And it's designed to provide a means for the development of an entirely new commercial, residential, or industrial subdivisions, parks, or estates which contain economies of scale or creative architecture or planning concepts that may be used by the developer that don't exist necessarily or aren't allowed in our current zoning. So that's what a planned development district is. You'll hear it called a PDD for short. And actually, initially, many of us didn't even want a PDD. We really just wanted better zoning. And we talked about expedited zoning. Our concern was that the existing zoning is so inadequate to protect the village from development that we may not, really wouldn't be good for the village. That we wanted to update that as soon as possible, even though we had a planning process. We were hoping to just do zoning for that limited space. It was Larry Wilbright's idea to have that be a PDD, I believe. And others in the community supported that. And so in the spirit of collaboration, we went with that particular model of expedited zoning. And so we got to the PDD buy-in. The PDD that the previous lawyer provided, we didn't feel had enough guardrails on it. And so we all agreed, or the board voted to hire a special consultant that had expertise in this along, and she brought along a lawyer who had special background in this as well. And they with us developed over a series of workshops the PDD that was developed last fall. It didn't come out of nowhere. The basic piece of how to think about this PDD is that first of all, it was created by experts who we hired, American Planning Association, also wording from them, language from them. The planning board, the zoning board, developers all had input. It has been altered based on their input, 3 public workshops. And PDD's been on the website for a month. The thing that, in terms of the context of it, it's intended to be temporary. So the idea behind it is that it will sunset once the comprehensive planning process and new zoning is in place, it goes away. It's really just a bridge. I see it as a compromise between total moratorium, which is quite standard in many places. The town of Ballston did that multiple times when they did their comp plan, and no changes at all. So this is a compromise. It does include more guardrails than what our current zoning has, what the initial PDD has. It only affects large developments, so 15,000 square feet. We increase it from 12 to 15 based on feedback. 15,000 square feet is about 3.5 times the size of Village Hall. And it's larger than what, 95% of buildings or so here. So the reason it does read in a little more detail than other PDDs is because our zoning, our base zoning is so old and everyone thinks it's inadequate. The PDD is sort of this hybrid between a traditional PDD and zoning, because again, it came out of this idea, well, we really want is expedited zoning. And so we went with a PDD, but it looks a lot like zoning. And so that's sort of purposeful. And the other piece that people will point, so it does have a lot of details in there, and guidelines. The other thing that it has, and this is often true with PDDs, it has a multi-step process with it. So the advantage, so on the one hand, it looks burdensome with many steps, it's different than a standard application. On the other hand, we designed it so that the initial steps, there's not a lot of investment in terms of time and money by the developer up front. So they can just quickly come before us and say what their idea is before they put a lot of time in. And same with the neighborhood feedback, to give them a real sense of whether this project makes sense for the village and has public support and board support before they put a lot of time in. So once they get their green light, they really should feel confident that it can continue through the end. And the other thing to say about PDDs that's different than traditional projects is that typically often it's the elected body, like in the town of Ballston, it's the town board that is the lead agency and makes the final decisions. And that's true the way it's written here too, is that the board of trustees who make the final decision on that. And that's often the standard practice among PDDs. So the reason it came up now is basically, with the election, we put those kinds of things on the back burner. And so there was the election, then there was the budget to deal with, and then there was the organizational meetings and planning to deal with. And this is and always has been a top priority of ours. So it makes logical sense now that the election's over, now that the budget is just about done, now the organizational meeting's over, this is the next thing that can move forward. So that's why we want to move forward with this at this point in time. We did have some new conversations since I sent the draft out. They're in our code, which we didn't realize until Carla pointed out. There's another step involved, and that is that the planning board, which was sent the draft and did reply with comments, does need to be referred the final PDD for review and recommendation, up or down. And that was so that, and there's like 3 criteria in the law about whether you can vote it up and down. One of them is, does it comply with a comprehensive plan? So that is already problematic in terms of our situation, because this is supposedly, it's supposed to be a temporary bridge PDD because there's no comp plan in place yet. So anyway, so that needs to happen, and we're looking at Carla for guidance on that. What else do we want to say about this?
Well, since we do have to, officially refer to the planning board, and, we'd like to do that and finalize it.
Right.
And, you have been at every workshop, you've been very much on top of the PDD as it's evolved. If you want a little bit more time to go over, the changes, we sent you a copy that showed exactly what changed from the original version, and comment, but we'd like to finalize it by the next meeting and push it forward to the planning board and have their time to officially make their response, and then
We sent it to you last Tuesday, or 2 days before you sent us 21 budget item amendments. And we'd like to give opportunity for additional feedback and possible edits to the PDD through next Monday, and then finalize it for the following Monday, that meeting. That's what we're proposing our timeline will be.
For the record, the budget memos were 1 page. This is a 14 or 13 page document. Bernadette, did you have your question answered that you asked?
Well, no, I didn't. I asked for, can you tell me what's different specifically? I read it. Well, hold on, I'm not finished. What I had read, planning board gave you guys comments. I don't see a lot of them incorporated, to be honest. There's a lot of things they highlighted, especially one board member, a planning board member.
Can I read the,
Yeah,
we got 2 emails from planning board members.
these are new,
These are new.
and they weren't shared with the board.
I just received them.
No, you've been getting comments. You've told us that you've got comments days
I'm
ago.
going to share them with the public and you right now, so
This
that
is how you do business.
Ben,
by
can you
waiting
just
till the
let him
public.
finish? You guys
and
did
not
not
share.
incorporate stuff from the planning board.
Yes, we did.
But how about you go ahead, Mayor? I'd love to hear what you have to
This
say.
is what we incorporated to answer your question.
No,
thank you.
All right, I won't answer your question.
Okay, one of the things I asked 2 weeks ago is not to talk over each other. For the clerk's sake, please, for that purpose. Scott Burlingame stated, hi Rory, Mayor Rossi, I won't be able to attend the meeting as we're out of town, traveling back tomorrow. This was from yesterday, actually, I didn't see it until today. I've attached my comments that were previously sent previously to Christine. Frank, you may or may not have seen these before, but I wanted to share. Feel free to make these public if you'd like. So he sent his comments again. The temporary nature is most odd to me. In my opinion, the village should decide if a PDD overlay zone is in the best interest of the village long-term. If so, make it permanent to overlay future new zoning as well and plan on writing it into the new zoning codes when they're adopted. If not, I don't understand the point. Earlier, this one from John Batten.
Can I answer that?
Let me just give both, they're not long. John Battenfield, also from the planning board. Mayor Rossi, I'm in total agreement regarding a PDD for the village. That said, I am not in favor of much of the language contained in this document, specifically the continued reference to quote bicycle and pedestrian plan rather than the comprehensive plan for the village. The comprehensive plan should be paramount regarding any PDD. For those that don't know, that was crossed out in all places. I think in the edit, comprehensive plan was taken out. It was. And the pedestrian bicycle plan was replacing that reference in almost every case. I
So
believe.
can I reply to that?
I know I am preaching to the choir, but the existing document would scare off any potential development in the village districts. There is not a need for the village board to evolve into its own version of a planning board. If the board wants to enact legislation allowing PDDs in the village, they do not have the right or the power to relieve the planning board of its appointed duties. Redundancy runs rampant between the proposed PDD and our existing zoning laws. I'm in agreement as well. Our existing regulations need some tweaking, but to try to accomplish this with the proposed PDD is ludicrous. Again, from a PDD fan there. So those are the planning board
So can I respond?
statements, and you can now.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right. So the reason it's not permanent is because we are in this awkward situation of having the comp plan in process. And the purpose of moving forward is to protect the village from development that relies on old outdated zoning that even these gentlemen admit is not ideal. So that's why we're making it temporary, because ideally, we would wait for all zoning until the comp plan is done. And they tell us the vision, and then we have a consultant help us with zoning in a comprehensive way. That is, I think we all would prefer that. This, again, is sort of like a stopgap bridge compromise to protect it and help the village ensure that any development between now and when the zoning is finally done over a year from now will be okay for the village. So that's really important to understand that context of why we're doing this. If it wasn't that the comp plan was in process right now as we speak, you're right, we wouldn't be doing this approach. And in terms of reference to the comp plan, planning board members actually told us, well, you can't reference the comp plan because it's not done yet. And you know what, they were right. They're like, because the PD and zoning is supposed to be based on the comp plan, but the comp plan is what, 1995 or something, it's like ancient. And so it didn't make sense to anyone, including planning board members, to actually reference that comp plan. So we reference the plans that exist that are done.
The economic development plan.
Yeah,
and-
economic. So
and
that's why,
like-
so you're right, this is a sort of an awkward kind of moment that doesn't fit with traditional, again, if we did a moratorium, everything would fall in place, but we decided not to do that. So we're trying to do something to protect the town, but still provide a pathway for development. You can still develop, there's still a way to move forward. It's not a moratorium.
Okay, Ben, now may I speak
Sure.
uninterrupted for a second? This is a moratorium for all intents and purposes. If you spoke to stakeholders, as I did, not one of them that has skin in the game here would develop under this PDD. Not one. So one thing to, Liz, no, thank you though. One thing to be aware of is in a PDD, and Carla has verified this in our code as well, is that there are two things that have to happen in addition to the planning board referral. After that, the county planning board will get to weigh in. We raised this as an ongoing issue to folks of the county, and their eyebrows definitely raised with respect to what is in front of us right now. So I'm not sure if it would get an approval by the county planning board. If it does not, 4 members would have to approve this, not 3 members. Furthermore, in our village code, there is something called a protest petition ability, in which 20% of the land owners, based on the land area in the zones affected, could sign a petition. My friend Jeff Baker did this with Abley Woods Phase 4, I believe, in the town of Ballston. And if that is handed into the board before an approval of this legislation, it will take 4 votes to approve. The stakeholders have vowed that they would go and get that protest petition. Now, I'm decent at math. I think I've got this right, but if Bernadette and I were against this, this ain't going nowhere as written. And we'd be wasting the planning board's time, our time, resources, and a lot more to pursue it. I think Lisa Nagel's comment to me on last week, Thursday, was pretty telling. She explained to me how we got here, stated that she peeled back a lot of design standards that you tried to throw into this. And I appreciate her for doing that, because not because I hate design, but when you try to over-design in a PDD, you're not allowing the freedom design PDDs, freedom of design PDDs are supposed to embrace so that you arrive at a great project ultimately between the developer and the boards dealing with it. She said, this is not a PDD. This is form-based code. If you don't know what form-based code is, look it up. It's not a PDD. It's the exact opposite at the end of the day. It's design-based. So what we have is not a PDD in front of us. We're sitting here calling it one. It's not. Stephanie Ferradino's attempt, which Lisa even referenced back when, is why would I be doing this when you have an attorney fully capable to write a PDD? Larry Walbright has talked about that discussion before. She pointed back, said that is more it. She talked about overlay districts, much like Rory did earlier. Used Gloversville actually as an example where they worked in their downtown, in their business district for well-built, well-designed buildings. I think like middle-income artist loft type residential uses, for instance. You could very easily in this village do an overlay district of the entire village with a PDD option, discourage it in R1, prohibit it in historic, and maybe put an exception in for Maplewood Manor property, since I think we all heard tonight that that being R1 is an odd thing in and of itself, but allow developers that are willing to put forward the investment and time to do so. As written, the process of this PDD is unheard of. You started the planning board, but the planning board isn't the board that would actually have the first bite to stop you. It's the village board. And then you have these 45 and 30 and 60-day periods throughout before we get to the planning board for what you call the full-blown review. You may not get a real answer from the village board for 6 months on whether it can move forward to the planning board or not. That means that under the current proposal for PDD, it would take probably, because workshops, et cetera, with the planning board might take about a year, and then come back to the village board for further discussion. It may take 18 months to 2 years to get an approval for PDD. Nobody in their right mind as a developer right now, especially with the changing climate, is going to be able to handle that or design or invest in this community.
I disagree.
Well, try it
How
sometime.
long was your PDD?
How long was it? It didn't take 2 full years.
How long was it?
Liz,
It was approved.
our PDD was controversial because of the Walmart project
No,
in the
no,
first
no.
place.
How long? Answer the question, please.
How long was what?
How long did it take?
Not 2 years. Not 2 years. Took about a year and 2 months, I believe, for the actual PDD itself. And that was because there was a huge compromise with respect to how much commercial and how much office industrial to dedicate to it. We worked directly with Patty Southworth in that discussion.
I have worked on a number of PDDs.
Could you name them?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Baptist Swaggertown.
Okay.
That was done in record time. That was over a year. PUDs. take-
Others?
Okay. I'm saying my experience has shown that PUDs do take time because often they are controversial.
We're talking about land that is actually smaller than most PDDs out there because of the way the village is set up. We're talking about, if it was the Maplewood Manor property, we're talking 13, 14 acres, that's the exception. Angelica, we're talking about a 15,000 square foot building. This isn't building Roman architecture suddenly all over the place. This is a building with some design standards. It shouldn't take them a year or force them to take a year to take that. And honestly, when you read 15,000 square feet, I question, are we spot zoning these people? Because it seems like the only building that, or only piece of property really ready for redevelopment, that at the end of the day, you're putting this in
No,
front of.
There's a number of properties.
Name them.
There's the Agway site. There's the Angelica. There's the
There's undeveloped land.
there's undeveloped land. that could.
In the
hold-
CBD and
Yes.
adult
Yes,
districts?
I have the list. I didn't bring it, but there was at least 7 properties that are undeveloped without buildings on them.
That could get to 15,000 square feet?
Yeah, because
Are
we're
we
allowing.
building skyscrapers or what are we doing?
There are 3-story buildings on a quarter acre that exceed 15,000 square feet.
So I have a question. I mean, you're listing off all these properties that people are just begging for them to be redeveloped and reused. And I do, regardless of what you think, this seems like an unusual length. It really does. Maybe it's a little longer than you're used to. And yeah, they take long. They take some time. They do. I'm not denying that. But you've tacked in additional time. And I talked to some of our businesses. They are so eager for stuff to be going on in Bath Street. They want the extra traffic. They need that. People are so sick of looking at that space. People are sick of looking at Ricketts being undeveloped. So honestly, guys, and forgive me, I'm a little passionate about this because I've heard on the ground from residents, from business owners, that they are concerned that we're losing momentum. And with this proposed PDD legislation that you guys have put forward, without a lot of the comments from the planning board, really is putting us in a place where we will lose momentum. And I'm sorry, Liz, you need to reckon yourself with that because people are just concerned that we are losing momentum here.
What momentum? There has
You're-
not been,
you're-
can I speak now?
Sure, go
There
ahead.
has not been a commercial development in this village for 50 years. A new
Why would you want to
building,
delay it any further?
a new commercial building, not residential.
Always.
When was that?
It was a lot closer than 50 years.
Well, okay, 20.
Why would you want to
But
delay
still.
any longer, Liz? Why would you want to delay? People are eager for the development to happen, not crazy development. I live here. I want to see this to be a walkable community.
And so that is
Yeah.
this PDD.
But not all parts would really, Ricketts, do you really consider that all this makes sense for
We're
Ricketts?
not
spot?
slowing down, Rick.
Well, the point is, I don't know that this is really what's in the best interest in the village as written. So,
What are you for? Originally, we wanted to do expedited zoning. No, well, actually, originally, Larry Woolbright put in a PUD.
Can I speak here? Because I'll give you the exact history. Factual history of this. So there were several properties that were considering development. And Larry, former Mayor Woolbright, brought to our attention. And he said, we said, well, the economic development plan had already happened. And it's like, we should incorporate the desires from the economic development plan because that plan was the largest group of residents and actually represents the people's wants. And so therefore, he said, all right, well, we should do a PDD based on what we got from the economic development plan. We had our former attorney, Stephanie Ferradino, draft something up. I think it was 3 pages. And I looked at it and I was like, okay, this is a great start. It's a skeleton, but there's no flesh on it. So it needs to be fleshed out. And I mentioned that to Larry and I was like, I was all fine forward with the PDD, but we need to provide a little more flesh to the skeleton. And it appeared that when we said that he decided he was no longer interested in the PDD. Because essentially we wanted to provide comments and add content to it. So at that point, we said, okay, well, maybe it's best to do expedited zoning. And we said, maybe we can move forward with taking the CBD and doing expedited zoning, using the comp plan and probably a consultant and move forward with that. Well, former Mayor Woolbright wasn't interested in that. So we said, well, we can go back to the PDD, that's what you originally wanted. but it needs to be more than what was just written, a 3-page document with, and it should represent what the people wanted out of the economic development plan. And I think at that point is when we have hired the Lisa and also the real estate attorney to work with her. And we developed that. Now, because of the unique situation that we have a comp plan committee working out our comprehensive plan, and then subsequently we have to do zoning after that. It puts us in a kind of a predicament for those particular properties. And so we wanted to create something that had, and I hate the term guardrail because I'm a highway guy. There's no such thing as guardrails, just to let you know. There's guide rails and guide rails. And I think that's what was the intent of this. And as far as planning board comments, I reviewed this document thoroughly, and I reviewed all the comments thoroughly. And I actually went through line by line, and I addressed all the planning board's comments that I could. Obviously, I can't address, well, you need to throw this away. I'm not going to address that. So, but all the individual comments, line by line comments, we addressed. The language has been softened so that this is more of a guideline, guide rails than guardrails. I think that it reflects a lot of the desires from the economic development plan in regards to what the residents want to see. It's more, and in regards to design, there's very little design in this. You know, as an engineer, there's very little design. There's aesthetic as far as design concerned, as far as floors and setbacks, yes, but that's not entirely uncommon to be found in a PDD. So I don't really understand the massive resistance, and maybe after this week, when you really go through it and review the comments, maybe you'll say, well, yeah, I guess this isn't the same thing. There was an entire section that was taken out because personally it was something that the planning board should take care of, and that's PS&E and ADPs and plan sets. So, I mean, obviously that's not something that needs to be incorporated in the PDD.
So all along, Sean, I've said it to you over the last year, for as mayor, I'll say it to you now. There is confusion on this board, past and present, between PDD enabling language and PDDs in and of themselves. PDD enabling language is purposely vague. Why? Because the intent of a PDD is to say to a developer, bring us your best shot. We'll look at it. We don't have to approve it. It's discretionary. Inside your PDD document, much like the Rossi PUDD that's been referenced in passing here, I guess, tonight, and I've told you this before, inside the PDD itself, there are setbacks, green space standards, water sewer requirements, public benefit, etc. What you state inside your PDD is you'll probably have to put your submission in with all these things at some point, and you may have a certain minimum you have to meet. Sometimes that's in there, sometimes it's not. I think Town of Ballston revised theirs in their last revision to have those minimums at least inside the PDD enabling language, but very, very little discussion in that and in Milton on design standards, because that's not the place for them in the enabling language. You want the developer to pay the money to design something good, ultimately, not go too far, come to whatever board's going to look at it first or group's going to look at it first, say, oh, no way, or but this could go somewhere. We like this. We're not saying absolutely yes, but we have things that we could definitely see could be changed here. This is what Stephanie was saying a year ago. She said, look, and she did admit to you, look, if you want to make some changes to the 3-page or whatever it was, you said, yeah, by all means, but this is a great starting point. But if you look at codes in towns and villages around the state, you're not going to see a 13-page PDD enabling language code, because that's not what you do. That's form-based code.
It is not form-based
If
code.
Lisa Nagel, who wrote it, told me it's form-based code, then what the hell do you want to hear from us?
Okay,
The
wait a
re-
second.
Okay.
One of the things this does is all those details, the setbacks and the height and all that are spelled out in enabling. That actually gives the developer who wants to build something completely different. He reads that and says, nope, I'm not going there because I want to build a 8-story, box, or whatever. And it's laid out already. The guardrails guidelines are laid out. So
Got girls?
if they can come forward with something that's more likely to be approved.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to this conversation, that's one reason I'm uncomfortable with the PDD approach, is because it's so open, and the dynamic is, I feel like the town or village is in this defensive position, negotiating with a developer who has a lot more time, energy, and incentive to figure out how to get exactly what they want. And the village then has to try to figure out what is good and bad in that proposal that they're being handed. I think we're in a stronger position if we say up front, before there's a specific developer in front of you, these are the kinds of expectations and standards we have, and work within that. So that's so that's one reason this is more detailed than the standard. I'll just speak for myself, because I'm not that comfortable with it. I don't like the fact that your PDD, there was no Walmart and then there's a Walmart. So, that sort of happened. And so that's what can happen with a PDD when you're wheeling and dealing with developers. I'd rather have something standard that is proactive, a vision of what's good, and then a developer can say, yes, I can do that.
Ben, if you want to put no Walmart allowed in a Ballston spot PUDD, I'm all for it. Let's go.
I mean, so
We got it.
So for example, one place where we did provide we did respond to developers' input is now they can do, if they're at the street side without any setback, they go up to 3 stories and 46 feet, and that's an increase. And then if they have a little more setback, they can go up to 4 stories and 56 feet. So that was us responding to developers' input.
Okay, so Spencer Tacey is the person that you spoke with on that question. And interesting, you should bring that up, because you chased him out into the parking lot last year after the moratorium discussion, and got him in a rainy, cold night and said, oh, what do you need? What do you need? And he splurted out, well, 4 stories. And just to get rid of you is what he stated to me at that point in time, because he wanted to go home. You wrote it, you met with him apparently, and he's like, where the hell did you get the 4-story idea from? That's not really, you may need to rebuild after a fire or something, go to 5 stories, something along those lines, gosh forbid. And your village hall is essentially a 5-story building, is what he said. So it's not like you don't have one already in your village. So the person that you're blaming for 4 stories is like, I didn't mean it for the entire village to have to abide by something I blurted out on a rainy night. But these are the conversations you don't have, I
So
think.
can I respond to that? So you have a unique and jaundiced view of reality, because it wasn't raining. Secondly, this was me asking him what he wanted. That's a good thing, Frank.
I'm
He
aware,
was more than happy.
but he has told you since that was not what he meant.
He was more than happy to respond and spend some time and talk about that. And I appreciated that. It was a positive interaction, and it informed our conversation and our PED. And when he came back, he wants as big a building as possible. That's not our responsibility as a village to meet his needs. We are compromising. And I think 5 stories is too high. We're almost, the tower of the chocolate factory tower is about 60 feet tall. So we're up to 56 feet as a building. That is a tall building. And we are, yes, his feedback influence us to increase the height. He said with 3 stories, you know, he wouldn't really make money on it until he sold it, but he could break even. 4 stories, he actually make money on it. He never even brought up 5 stories. And obviously, you know, if you give him a little, he'll say, yeah, I'd rather have 5 stories. But he said 4 stories would be better than 3, and 4 stories is allowed in this. And we had a good conversation. It was not me chasing him or badgering him. It was him volunteering to offer his perspective at my because I asked him for it, and that's a good thing.
It is, and I asked him for it last week, and I just gave you the feedback, so don't shoot the
Well,
messenger.
the thing is, we met with Christine and I, and Christine and Ben met with all the local developers,
Yeah.
including Angelica.
Actually, Christine, when you talked to the developers, did they have any serious reservations and said, no way, we can't build under this PDD?
No, they did not. They did not. The people that we spoke to, including Jim Bedoin,
Christine, could you say it louder? You're still talking. I'm sorry.
the people that we spoke to, including Jim Bedoin, did not, and I'm sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly, did not have a problem with it. So Frank, you're saying that unilaterally, they all said, no way. My experience, our experience was different. What I will say is that they were very focused on square footage, which is 15%, 15,000 square feet, which is what you go to. What I would say about Spencer is that Spencer, my recollection, was more in favor of 5 stories for the issue of an elevator. He was talking about if you want to build something more than 3 stories, you want to put an elevator in it. But if you put an elevator in it, they only become cost effective to 5 stories, at 5 stories. So that's my recollection of what Spencer said, but he did say, and we did meet with him after he encountered with Ben. I met with him and I spoke with him at length. I walked the space with Spencer Tracy. We spoke to all of these people and they were not nearly when you're saying no way, that's not what I was getting from them. And possibly it was because we sat down and we went through with them what it was. We were trying to get to a point at which they would accept it, or they would be and find out what they really wanted. And part of it was that we sat down, talked to them and explained it to them. And I think some of these changes, certainly, now I haven't seen this final document, I apologize on it in a way. I'm sure we're gonna have more of a chance to look at it, but I'm sure some of those things, I know the square footage is a reflection of what they said.
And just to add to that, we specifically, or I know I did, I specifically asked Spencer, can you or will you build under these conditions? And he said, yes, I will move forward. This will not stop. So, you know, they're not, I'm sure they'd rather have no rules whatsoever, but that's.
I can only imagine why the sea change in everyone's attitude.
First off, I find it insulting to people that want to invest millions of dollars that you just had that aside comment about surely you don't think they want any rules. Ben, at the end of the day, these are stakeholders that live in our community in most cases, and to think that they would want to do damage to their community. It's been.
I didn't say that.
That's what you're suggesting,
No, it is
that there's
not.
no rules and that they just want to roll over our
I did
community.
not say that.
It's behind your statement, so think about what you say before you say
Let
it.
me explain that.
No,
Let me clarify.
absolutely
I can't-
not.
You're just saying I
No,
misstated something and I can't explain
Ben,
it
there's
better.
no reason to explain it. That's
You
just
are
a bad
not allowed
statement.
to interpret what I say for people when I'm in the room.
Well,
I can
then
interpret.
make your comments a little more smartly,
Well, let
because
me-
that's just horrible.
Let me explain that. What I'm saying is, was he thrilled we had this PDD with multiple guidelines and standards? I'm sure he would prefer, and others would prefer, something that's much more open, the way Stephanie had it. That's what I was saying. But that is not necessarily our responsibility to meet their needs 100%. We are trying to meet them in a reasonable, compromising way that protects the village.
Yeah, our interest is the village, not the developer. Being a developer is a high-risk profession, right?
I think everyone's interested in the village. You may have different viewpoints as to what is going to be best for this village. There are people where residents have different viewpoints that are gonna, what's best. They're gonna have different viewpoints, of what's best for this village. I'm gonna argue that perhaps when you guys have these conversations with these stakeholders, you're the people that were gonna either approve or not approve their project. So they're probably just gonna say, oh yeah, that's fine, because they were maybe afraid they would disprove, just their.
I'd hate to speculate what other
Well, I hate
people
to
think.
speculate, you're right, but you know what, that is something that does come into play in a lot of instances. But
Rory,
anyway,
May I ask Rory, I think you've had a conversation with Jim Burdoin recently. Is he a fan of this legislation or not, out of curiosity?
Without speaking out of school.
Sure.
All right, I would say that he's about as far from being a fan of this legislation as one could be. The words attorneys and lawyers were tossed around in the conversation.
It wasn't Stephanie, or
No.
I mean, Carla and me, right?
It wasn't Carla, no, or you. I think he feels put upon in the context. See, I don't know whose history is right, Sean. I don't honestly know whether you're the expert or anyone's the expert, but I do vividly remember the meeting, okay, where the developers were here and the word moratorium was spoken by Mr. Baskin. And it became a very heated discussion, as I recall, and I accept the fact that I got a little heated myself. The reality of it is that a developer doesn't go out and spend millions of dollars or any money, okay, without doing some type of feasibility study and looking at what the community wants and needs. If I may, and I don't mean to, if you want to shut me up, just hit your gavel. What I'm hearing here, okay, and Liz, thank you, all right, you stated it better than I could. There hasn't been anything done in this village for 50 years, except for Aldi, okay? I wonder what it is that is motivating you, especially Mr. Baskin, to be so afraid, okay, that something is going to happen in this temporary period of time between the time the master plan is developed and the new zoning is put in place. There's been nothing done here for 50 years. And the reason is because we don't encourage development, all right? And we have a very good planning board and a zoning board. That's what we're here for. If somebody comes along with a major project like Angelica, you can bet your life they're going to be talking to every one of you. They're going to be talking to the planning board. They're going to be talking to the citizenry. They're going to be talking to everyone about what they want done. What you folks are proposing is defensive to a point of absurdity. You don't need this. You already have everything in place because for 50 years, nothing's been done. So I would like to simply say, stop being afraid of developers. All right, and let the developers bring the plans to you. Let them spend the money. That's what they do. And if they've got an idea for a project, I don't believe that there is anyone in this room that believes that the legislation you're proposing would have any effect on them whatsoever. That's why you have a zoning and a planning board. And fear in the legislature is no reason to pass laws. I think we can do better.
Amen.
Okay, so what this boils down to now at this point is a question of, are we even referring to the planning board? Are we reading the tea leaves to see that the planning board is probably, Peter, you're planning board, correct? I mean, I've seen you kind of nod with everything Rory said. We know two others on the planning board plus Rory are going to say no to this probably, or you have negative comments.
You're very good
You
at
gotta have
predicting
a
the
meeting, Craig.
Well, let me get,
You're very good
you
at
gotta have
predicting
a
the
meeting.
future.
I'm just curious.
Let's not speculate.
I'm just curious to see, since I don't think I'm speculating if I asked Peter, who was asked to look at this
I
week.
don't have to say anything, that's fine, guys.
No, I was.
No,
I'd like
they don't
to
want me to
read
talk, I
you-
won't say anything, please, go ahead.
I want to read you some quotes from July 26th, when the idea of a moratorium was brought up. Paul Farmer, I suggest you look at a PUD. PUD puts total development of property in the hands of the village board, the planning board, and the public. Developer can't do anything without approval. In fact, it can be far more restrictive than your zoning is presently, or whatever you put in place. What we put in place is somewhat restricted. Lori O'Connor, I have built a PUD. I've gone through the process from beginning to end. I built 120 houses in the village of Saratoga as a planned unit developer. I'm going to tell you something. You don't understand what the developer answers to, okay? To everybody. The village board, the board of trustees in this case, and it has complete authority over what the PUD legislates, as Mr. Rossi explained. Frank Rossi Jr., the things you spoke of tonight about what you are trying to do to control certain levels of development are a PUDD, flat out. It doesn't matter who writes the legislation, you vote on it and amend it yourself. You might as well have written it yourself.
There it
At that
is.
point,
Let
we
me explain
don't-
something.
can I speak,
No,
please?
because you're taking me out of context now.
No.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are,
I
because
have the tape, I have the floor. Let me finish with this. This is.
PDD enabling language and PDDs are not the same thing, Liz. Do you not understand that?
To do a damn thing with it. We don't have to approve it. You can amend it. You can not, you do not have to just take all or nothing. Let me tell you what the Rossi PUD includes: town of Ballston, setbacks, lighting standards, green space, height, space footage, roads, water, sewer. It's not small. What difference does it make if it's in the enabling legislation or the actual PUD?
Because every piece of property that falls under a PUDD is different.
They
And that
don't
is what
feel-
you are embracing. You asked me the question. Now be ready for the
No.
answer. Be ready for the answer. Here's the
No.
answer. It is
No.
different. It is
No.
different.
Does every PUDD deal with setbacks,
Liz?
lighting
She's only
standards,
6
green
feet away.
space, height?
Liz, you asked the question, here's your answer, and I've said it 3 times tonight. PUDD enabling language and PUDDs are different. The reason you use a PUDD is because you're acknowledging that land parcels cannot be universally zoned in most cases because they are different in nature, size, location, etc. So using guide rails all over the place does not embrace that fact. That's why you rely on the developer to bring in the plan and say, on this piece of property, here's what fits, here's what's useful, here's what the setbacks should or shouldn't be, and you give detailed comments back on, yeah, we don't think so on this piece of property, it's not the smartest move. Enabling language versus PDDs. For a year, you have muddled this, and you continue to muddle it, and that's why I get angry. You're to read that and not say to yourself, hey, that's a Rossi PUD. What's in the town of Ballston code under section 137 or whatever the heck it is over there is called zoning with a PDD enabling code that's no longer than what Stephanie gave you. Our PDD itself is 20 pages, I believe, the actual PDD governing the Rossi land. That's the difference.
And what difference does it make?
You're not listening, Liz. Every piece of land is different. That
Then
is
why do
being
you
governed.
have zoning? That
Liz,
governs the zone.
your
what is
questions are
allowed?
circular here. I just explained to you. A PDD embraces the idea that you can't necessarily universally zone all pieces of property in a certain area because they all differ for different reasons: size, location, use, etc. Okay, I understand the idea of getting some overall guide rails of just if you want to put a height restriction, or you want to say if you fall under this number of square feet or acres or whatever, and that's normal. Okay, to say to qualify you have to be blank acres or some municipality. It's not in a village. It's a little different in a village because you don't have that kind of land usually. But that's what the enabling language embraces normally. A PDD like Abley Woods, Rossi, whatever else is out there, that's where you get into the nuts and bolts.
I understand what you're saying. I think there's some disagreement on obviously how much of the enabling legislation, how much detail should be. I would look forward, if you could provide specific comments that maybe we could reach some compromise that isn't Stephanie, it isn't this, it's something in the middle. If you could do that, and we could do in a timely way, we could, just keep building on what we have. And so, for example, others said, oh, the planning board, they don't need to be the first stop. For example, like, why are we going to the planning board first? Just go to the board trust. Those kind of things, we can get rid of that. So maybe there's some, clearly, we're coming at the different angles, leave it open, let the developer do it. I'm uncomfortable. I'd rather not even have a PUD, but we have one. So let's make it like zoning a little bit. That's where I'm coming from. But maybe there's a way to not throw this out, but make it closer to what you have in mind.
I mean, the only PDD that we're comfortable with has some of those restrictions. Because if it doesn't, then
I'm missing what you're saying.
I'm saying it's gotta have some.
Well, we're not gonna solve it tonight, like, do this, don't do that necessarily, but could you, in a week, get us feedback and we'll see if we can get to a common place? I had actually made comments on the original version, and so I've not had a chance to do the revised version because it kind of came out of nowhere, Ben. So I have not had that opportunity. I saw the red line, but I didn't put the notes down on it. Okay. So that's why we're not doing this tonight. We're saying, let's give a, if we sent it last Tuesday, can you do in a week? You have a lot of comments, additional comments you already collected. And so it's not like 100 pages. So, can you do it in a week? Give us feedback and then we'll negotiate over the phone. I'll go a step further. I would invite anybody watching on Zoom right now and anybody in this room to email me at mayor@villageofballston.org and give comments and thoughts. We will put this up on the website to the degree it will get somewhere else besides just the agenda page at this point. Jen's diligently writing, so she'll make sure of this. We'll put it up on the website. And we're going to ask for comments from the entire community at this point. Take a look at it, and I'll try to envelop them as best as possible. Bernadette can share that responsibility. She would be good enough. No, I will submit them, but I will summarize into our comments the residents' comments. Okay, fair enough. And we'll circulate all comments sent to me for that. Right. So we'll all see the comments and where they came from and who they came from. Yes. Yeah. And again, it's mayor@villageofballston.org. Send them in, and we'll put a quasi deadline, we'll call it, of next Tuesday to give everybody a week.
And actually, all our emails are on there. If they want to send it to everybody.
Either way, I will make sure. You can foil me if you didn't think I sent one around, but obviously I'm going to send them around.
Oh, that wasn't my intent, right?
I mean, I've said plenty of times, I don't like PDDs or PDDs because
very eager though when this process started. So when you had to enable here, I don't know, guys. I'm glad to hear we have some sort of way to move forward. Looking forward to hearing the comments from the public, from residents, from stakeholders, and we have a big agenda ahead. So
let's continue.
Yeah, get ready.
But our hope and goal is to finalize this by the next board meeting. That's our hope and goal, is to finalize this PDD by the next board meeting.
Discussion on DPW equipment. Let me keep this short because there's no intent to vote on this tonight. Yeah, you're gonna find this one exciting. Come on. Okay. PDD is done. DPW, excuse me. Discussion on DPW equipment purchases. So there was a back and forth a couple of weeks ago about USDA do's and don'ts, and so we wanted to make sure we have about $1.4 million, maybe a little bit less, in equipment requests by DPW that you're all aware of. They were discussed during the workshop, backlinks, et cetera, and back truck's part of that. Julie and I have taken a good look at this, and there's a couple things that were overarching philosophies on our approaches here, and we looked at three things when we did this. USDA rates and requirements under those rates, our current bonding banks and what they would require in rates, and possible municipal leases. Let me start from worst to best. Leases, like mortgage rates, through the roof right now, and that's just the nature of the beast. Current bank rates about 4.0 something %, which is pretty hefty compared to what we're used to over the last couple of years. USDA 2.5%, but then we had the discussion, do we have to spend fund balance to get to the point? Well, if you remember back 2 weeks ago, I brought up, and you and I have had this discussion, Sean, that my view of the world is that when you look at fund balance, you have to net out debt to really have a fair look at your fund balance. Because obviously you have 5 million, you owe 2 million, you really only have 3 million you were looking at in that situation. That's not our case. Obviously, we're lower than that. They do too. The USDA does also. So we've been sent application qualification materials by the USDA locally on this. Our view is this: 2.5% is going to be the best interest rate you get for years right now. We all know where interest rates are going. The Fed has not been shy about saying we have probably 7 interest rate increases coming, maybe in addition to the one already done, or maybe not. Either way, it's still a lot. I see a banker in front shaking her head. So this is the time to borrow money if we're going to borrow money at a rate like that. And while we qualify, definitely. So instead of trying to piecemeal pay for this or part of this, not for that, our idea here is to USDA bond for 15 years. We get under the USDA the entire $1.4 million and get these purchases done once and for all. We wish they had been done in a more staggered fashion. Obviously, they weren't. You know, you play the cards you dealt here, and that's what we're doing here at this point, is suggesting to go there because, again, you're not going to get this kind of loan rate anytime soon again.
I'm glad you explored that. It also has a longer term than bank
Yep.
rates, and like you said, leases are very expensive now, so.
And we have to kind of jump on this because rates will be readjusted by USDA on June 1st, which
Yeah.
will most likely take into account the last.
The only
hike.
question is, what does that do with our debt capacity in order to borrow for additional needs? Because that equipment need is one.
We had about $21 million clearance, I think, as of the budget workshop. So I think we're well within protection zone still of what other capital needs we see coming down the pike.
But also the cash flow. That's
Well,
what
also-
I'm considering.
Well, cash flow is important from a sewer perspective because sewer fund balance is woeful. And so we were going to expend the entirety of the sewer fund balance and leave ourselves at zero if we were to play the game we were playing originally, in the idea of using sewer funds to pay for part of the back truck. My philosophy here, again, is if we can get a protection in the sewer fund balance for 2.5% interest rate right now on those funds too, then that's the insurance policy you take, because God forbid something breaks in the sewer department or sewer infrastructure anytime soon. That's the approach we want to take. We wanted to hear just kind of quick view compared to that, and I had discussed it last Wednesday. I think you were in general agreement with it. Not to belabor the meeting, Sean, any thoughts?
It seems like a good course of action.
No, that's.
Ben?
Yeah, I mean, it's helpful to, as you think this out, to have numbers on paper, like you could present just a statement of what you just said, so we can look at what numbers and maybe with Julia,
What the debt service is going to
Just a
be.
matter of math, but
That's why I didn't want to waste too many resources, and obviously until we had a
Will
discussion.
some of that debt service be allocated to sewer? Because.
It will.
Right.
It will. But again, at least it's going to happen in a much slower form, and also will give us a chance to probably unmarry sewer and water rates from the code and do inflation-based increases on water and sewer rates, which never got done, and probably assert sewer more than water over time, because they're not going up in the same perspective. Especially, remember, everybody that has water outside the district, very few of them have sewer inside or outside the district also. So you don't get the same benefit
Well,
ultimately
we also
financially.
decouple the 3 times rate, so if we raise.
Yeah.
Sewer rates, we can. or
We got to
water
look at the
rates,
math,
we
basically.
can raise them X%. That doesn't automatically mean that out of users is 3 times X%. So we can.
We'll
Yeah.
take a good look at it. We'll rely on
Look at it.
Julia's accounting, a little bit on that
So
too.
it'll be I think, fairer to the outside user that there isn't an automatic 3%, a 3-time bump, which is pretty dramatic for those users.
First, public comment period, the PDD is not for consideration, so please do not go down that road. We've been through that train wreck already. So if you can give us a public comment on one of the A through K motions that are listed here, we would appreciate the feedback if you have any to give. We'll take in the room first. If you are on Zoom, please, I see one hand up already. But we'll ask anybody, raise your hand on Zoom if you have a public comment for anything pertaining to a motion to be considered A through K. Anybody at the floor here? I see a hand, Mr. Otten. Go for your address for the clerk and make sure to speak loud, sir. He's coming on up. He wants to be in the camera.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. A little closer.
Yeah, hey.
If you want to be up, there you
There you
are.
are.
go.
That's Ray Otten, folks. And where does he live?
16 Middlebrook Avenue, Ballston.
Thank you.
12020. Not 60 as the EMS dispatcher sent the ambulance.
Oh, my.
Yeah, wrong one to do that. Anyway, I want to touch base on the playground that we're going to be installing in the park. And take that park a little bit farther. Ben, I understand you're now the liaison
Apparently.
okay. Don't be afraid or intimidated.
I'm over that, Ray.
Okay, well, I've been hearing that a lot. Our park commission has discussed many times making this park more user friendly, and this is one step. Okay, we're going to give the kids a place to go. We've talked about a memorial grove for residents where, trees are, and I know it's a flood area, but trees can survive. Moving the dog park closer to the existing park or kids structure that's there. For better access, and move the dog park closer to that park for better access, especially for the disabled. Hello, that depend many times on animals for assistance. For me to take a dog down to the dog park, it's about 1.5 miles off the parking area. It just is forever away, can't get to it. We need to do something about that. It's a simple matter of moving fence. Basketball courts, maybe pickleball courts. I understand that is getting very popular, or is very popular. We have a paved area that needs to be developed. And again, it's already fenced in. The pavement looks pretty good. Let's put a couple basketball courts up. Well, where are we gonna get the money?
We have money.
Yeah, we
We
authorized.
got money, okay. Well, and then I gotta touch on something. Liz, I'm sorry. Bishop's weed doesn't seem to be a problem down in Kelly Park. So that we'll save about $1,800 on killing the weed. And another $7,000 has been requested by the committee to put in pansies in Wiswall Park. They want $1,800 to kill the weeds. And then another $7,000, am I correct? I'm just going by the
No,
minutes.
you got it all wrong.
Okay, then the minutes are wrong.
Are these agenda items?
Yes. Yeah, it's all part of Kelly Park.
No,
I don't think this is on the agenda.
this is not on the agenda.
Kelly Park isn't on the
No,
agenda?
the playground
Right,
is,
this is all part of it. It's an extension on that.
well, it's a little bit too
Wow.
much expansion, I think.
Okay.
There's another public comment period coming up after this.
All right, I'll finish that later.
How's that?
But this is about the other part that's on the agenda concerning the voice. Okay, first of all, we got to change the name of that because we're probably gonna get some patent infringements or something because of the voice TV show.
NBC might be
Needs to be
calling.
changed, needs to be changed. But my comment on that is Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibit the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. The First Amendment is widely considered to be the most important part of the Bill of Rights. It protects the fundamental rights of conscience, the freedom to believe and express different ideas in a variety of ways.
Thank you, Ray.
That's concerning that.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room with public comment pertaining to motions to be made? I see Lisa Spidell, then Bob Bush. And Donna, was your hand up too, or no?
Oh.
No, okay, yeah, so kind of like, I wasn't sure. But we'll go in that order. Lisa, then Bob, and then anybody else. Lisa, go ahead, and don't forget your address.
Lisa Spidell, 106 Prospect Street. Curious with the fire department, why do people resign? Because it seems to happen like every meeting. Are the resignations typically long-term members or new members? And if they are new members, what is the cost to train a member? C and D have to do with the police department, the Tahoe and equipment. I think that's important. Bail reform and discovery. I don't know if any of you have heard about that and whatnot. The costs with that and whatnot that has to happen for people to prosecute these crimes. We need that technology in order to do that. But that's what your district attorney's office needs. So I think that should be a no-brainer. And let's see. K1. That is the one. I'm curious with changing the meeting rules and everything. How does that work with how the state is right now with COVID rules? Because that's in constant flex right now. So how does this pertain to that? And will that change based on that? I guess that's a village attorney question. I don't know how that's going to work.
Good luck, Carla.
Sorry, Carla.
Want me to answer the?
Let's, we can answer inside the motion discussion at this
Yeah.
point.
On J with the freedom of speech, like that's our right. I sent an email today to all of you. I don't know if you had an opportunity to read it. I sent it early on lunch. I'm not going to reiterate to everybody because the fact of the matter is if you don't want us to hear what's going on or put information out, there's enough people in this village that care about this village, that want to get information out to this village, that our voices will be heard, even if you don't want them to be heard. We'll make sure it happens.
Thank you,
That's all I
Lisa.
have to say.
Bob Bush, if you want to answer Lisa's question, because I've not said the answer personally there about the retirements. I'm not going to use it against your time, and then you can start. But also, what's your address, just for the clerk?
31 Church Ave.
Go ahead.
Just to address what Lisa said, people resign from the fire, from fire companies. Various reasons, they move out of district. They're no longer capable of doing it in that area, or just here you have all three of those members are young. Young members have a tendency to, some of them stick around, some of them they have lives. They go to college, they move away. It could be various reasons, Lisa. Or they just don't want to do it anymore, to be honest with you. As far as the cost of training them, that's a continuing cost.
Kind of sunk. Are you saying already it doesn't matter if you're training 3, 5, 7?
Yeah, because a lot of times you take a state course. I don't know if the state reaches out to the department for money for that. I don't think they do. No, okay. Yeah, so they don't reach out. It's got training, most of the training is free. Firefighter 1, pump ops, most of that training is free. When you go to like out of district trainings, such as if Cook and Park put on a training, they bring in a speaker or whatever, they might charge you, or like Ballston, is Jenny, you know,
But
they
they're
make
training,
training.
like 10 people, not just new people. It's not
Correct.
like
They're
it's,
training a
so
group.
it's an ongoing continuous training. So it's not like if somebody, you hire somebody and you train them and you put all that money into training somebody, but this is volunteer, but you know, you put that money into training, it's not wasted because it's not just on that individual person. Is that my understanding of time?
That is
It's
correct.
across the board. Okay,
Most classes are, state classes are 20, at least 20.
okay.
So, and that's great.
Answer my question.
I'm going to start your clock for you now. Thank you for the information. That's helpful.
I want to talk about F. About eateries and on the sidewalks.
Sure.
I was wondering how this was going to be enforced, and what are the consequences if they do not follow this legislation? Because I don't know if they put, let's say, put a table on the street or something. Is there a consequence for that? As a couple of you others have questioned Jay, I was kind of curious what your guys' thoughts on some of the things when you guys are discussing it. Is how it's getting out to the public, is it going to be a website, email, mail, snail mail, the water bill? What is your method of getting this out to the public? Because not everyone can get on the website, not everyone gets email, and some people don't even look at the water, is what's included in the water bill, they chuck it. So I'm kind of curious what you guys are going to do to get the word out. And will that also, actually, not, that's all I have. Thanks.
Now, Donna Martin.
I do have something.
See that? I predicted that.
Don Martin, financial report. I want to address Jay. Trustee Baskin, I love newsletters. I think it's a great idea. My one concern is historically, this board has voted a certain way. And with the board approving what is going into the newsletter, should I be concerned that it's going to be the voice of Trustee Baskin, Trustee Cormos, and Trustee Raymond? And maybe, I would hope not. I'm not accusing you of that, but having that in place seems a little bit, I don't know, is that going to work? I suggest maybe, an unbiased staff member do the final approval. Not that we want to throw more work to somebody else, but I just don't see where the board approving, having the final approval on this really makes any sense.
I think I just saw Terry and Jen both go not it. Christine.
Christine M. Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street, Ballston Spa. Okay, I have a couple of things. First of all, I want to talk about E, which is in terms of the budget. I have a couple of issues here. One of them is with process, and I think we sort of lost the thread here. What I heard was, well, first of all, this budget, the budget that has been out since, correct me if I'm wrong, at the 18th of March, when it was presented to the clerk. And then it was also presented again to the board on the 31st of March, and then there was a public hearing. What I heard was that when these changes to the budget, and what I have always said is, and what I've told people in terms of the budget process is the tentative budget comes out, and that's when, for lack of a better term, the fighting starts, or actually the negotiation starts. And that is what's happened in my experience, going back and forth between, and it usually happened via email, and it went on from the time the budget came out, through the budget hearing, and then the final budget. What I heard here was that, Frank, you spoke to Bernadette, and then you on the 20th or the 21st of April, and that then you came up with your items. So that says to me more of and negotiation. I'm telling you, on the entire time of I was on the board, this is the thing I hated the most, going through this, because it's all about and everybody's got the best intentions. Everybody wants the good of the village, but it's hard. It's hard. So what this says to me was that, and you repeated several times that you spoke to Bernadette, not that you spoke to I'm sorry, this is the gig. It's your job as a group. You're all responsible for the board. So what that says to me is that you were more interested in dictating than negotiating, because I didn't hear a lot of negotiation going on in that period of time when this has been out since the 18th of March. Okay, that's point number one. So the process, not following the process, I have a problem with. The second thing is, with the changes that you're making, you're getting rid of one of the things that's happened. Larry did it. You know, I did it working with Julia, and I'm sure John Romano did it. You build in a buffer. You build for unforeseen, and it's not just your contingency, because you can move things back and forth if things go wrong. And let me tell you, this is an old village, as we all know, not blaming anything. We got a lot of old stuff. We got old equipment. We got everything underground is old. Okay, things happen. And by taking out the 20, then maybe that was, you know, my intention, putting the extra 20,000 in engineering, because if something bad happens, you can move it someplace else. So you have now, by gotten rid of your 20,000 in engineering and the 10,000 in the contingency fund, you've now gotten rid of any buffer that you have. Now, the last thing I'm going to say is, which I don't think is a good idea. Things go wrong all the time. Nobody's fault. Nobody's fault. Okay. We had it in the last week I was mayor. We had a situation where a piece of equipment got broken and there was water all over going into electrical panels that had to be replaced. Now, granted, that'll be covered hopefully by insurance, but until such time, we had to lay out, I believe it was $20,000. Okay.
Christine, can you wrap up a little bit?
Yep.
Thank
And
you.
my last thing is, when you're giving 20,000 for fire for the AD for the bathroom, I just want to state, and this will make me unpopular, but by this, fire has an income of its own from its fire taxes of more than $400,000. This $20,000 is coming from the village general fund, as is the $60,000 to fix the roof on Union Firehouse. That's still in there, and it was still a good purpose. I put in 60,000. Mayor Wilbright put in 60,000 last year. I just want it understood that fire is $80,000. If you do this, it's $80,000 over budget, over what they're taking in, and that 80,000 is coming from the village, not from the fire tax. And the last thing I'm going to say is on K. All statements read and submitted to the clerk on the board meetings, where you're saying that they should be in writing. Does that mean that what I'm saying now, the way I read this, that means what I'm saying now, I should go home and type up, or I should and send it, or I should prepare it in advance? I think that's not workable. That's not a workable provision.
Not what is intended.
Okay.
Let's there's
All
some
right,
of the things I
and
want to
then
answer there
let-
too, but
because
let's
then you
go.
have to explain it, because the other thing is, you're saying it has to be attached within 7 business days. That's not gonna happen if the clerk is gonna have to chase people down for their statements. Okay.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else in the room? Anybody on, I believe I see that same hand still on Zoom. Jen?
She has had her hand up for about an hour.
Thank God.
So we're going to allow Marion Pitts to speak, and I hope she's been very patient.
Marion, you'll have to unmute
Yeah, thank you.
unless you hit the button by
I would
accident.
say she may have gone to bed.
Marion, it's your moment. And hearing no Marion, I'm gonna assume,
I was
Oh, there it is.
unmuted.
there you are, Marion.
We hear you now.
I had unmuted and it didn't work. It's
What's
Marion,
Go ahead.
Marion, Marian. My last name is Pitsis. Yes, it's a mouthful. Pitsas. My address is 516 Elk Circle, Ballston Spa. And I have 2 comments to make briefly. And Christine already spoke in far better than I could about the comments about the proposed changes to the budget. I'm not familiar with what the process should be, but I'm concerned that 2 or 3 people and not the entire Board of Trustees was making the suggestions, and I think the entire board should discuss it. My next point has to do with Zoom. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person tonight, and I just would like to remind everyone in the room that people on Zoom can hear a lot of background noise. It sounded like they were moving papers and stapling while Ben was trying to explain what a PDD is. I heard it again when Sean was explaining the history behind the PDD/zoning, and I heard some inappropriate comments from people in the audience. Just a word of caution, the microphones do pick up information that you may not want to be heard, except from the person next to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, I believe we are in a position here to begin motion discussion on our side. Let me find A. I have a motion that the attached budget transfers be approved. This is not the budget itself, these are transfers to this year's budget. Anyone?
I will make that motion.
Motion by trustee Fontaine,
Second.
second by trustee Cormos. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. No opposition. Motion carries. May I have a motion that the resignation letters to Scott Mayer, Joseph Wood, and Lacey DuBois from Union Fire Company number 2 and the Ballston Spa Fire Department be accepted?
I'll make that motion.
Motion trustee Raymond. Second
I'll second.
by trustee Baskin. Discussion? Thanks again to Lisa and Bob for the back and forth. There was educational for all of us, I think. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. May I have a motion that the police department be authorized to expend the amount of $3,764.22 for computer equipment for the new Tahoe?
I'll take the motion.
Trustee Baskin?
Second.
By trustee Cormos. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. May I have a motion that the police department be authorized to expend the amount of $12,042.79 for the outfitting of the new Tahoe?
I'll make that motion.
By trustee Fontaine. I'll get it without stumbling soon, don't worry.
Keep saying it.
Yep.
I'll get it.
Can I get a second from you though?
Oh, did somebody already go?
Go ahead.
Well, you make the motion?
Yeah,
I did.
I'll second.
there we go. Trustee Raymond, any discussion? Yeah, go ahead.
That was in the budget transfers, right? Those funds that it was, came out of the contingency?
I believe, yes, from the discussion back and forth on this, we had sat down with Dave to figure all this out.
Was it more expensive than we had initially said, or what was going on?
The lease that was done ultimately in the way that was done did not contain these aspects of the outfitting in the computer. So we kind of learned the hard way scenario and for future releases. So this was kind of the arrangement that was decided on after delivery was already accepted on this vehicle.
So. in essence,
Again, I'm
it
just, don't shoot the messenger on this one because I had
It
zero.
costs more than we predicted.
Yes.
Okay.
Further discussion? No? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to skip E temporarily just to kind of get through. I can see we've got certain things that are probably gonna take a little bit longer. Anybody have any problem with that? Let's go to F. Kind of motion allowing village eateries from May 1st, 2022 through October 1st, 2022 to A, place tables on the sidewalks in front of their establishments so long as they leave a 4-foot unobstructed pedestrian pathway on such sidewalk, and B, to place tables in their parking lots at their discretion. May I have that motion?
I'll make it.
Motion by trustee Fontaine,
I'll second.
trustee Cormos. Discussion, we probably should take a step back here and this, remember, I think I only revised the grammar a little bit to make it a little more sound in how it was written last year. The question of fines and, enforcement and all that, how do you want to handle that? Because it was a relevant suggestion, I think, by the audience here. And
I think it's in the code somewhere.
There's nothing in the code saying you can even have sidewalk dining.
No, but
No, if you violate.
yeah, if you violate, there's some.
If you violate a
standard-
code, yes, but there's nothing in your code that says, so there's nothing to violate. So I think you need to identify if you want to say, and we'll use what's in the code to deal with the fine.
In other
That's
words,
fine.
if someone leaves a 2-foot walkway instead of a 4-foot walkway, they're in violation of this code.
They're not in violation of any code. This is not a code. You're
Oh,
not,
it's a motion.
this
it's
is
a
just a
motion.
motion.
So there's no fine because it's not a code?
The only thing you can do, there is a fine in your sidewalk law. 174.23 is a penalty, person violating is $250 or, okay, by fine of not more than $250 or imprisonment for not more than 15 days or both. That's the general, that's usually what
For
it is.
everything, right?
If you want to amend your motion, perhaps to say that if you want to say that any violation of this would be subject to section 174.23 penalties, you can probably do that. And I'm hesitating, you'll notice me hesitating because it's not a law, so you don't really have enforcement authority.
So we need to make this part of code, basically.
You do, but you can't do that just by a motion.
No, but I mean,
Is it worth making a motion to
I'm-
set expectations? then?
I don't know what you did last year.
This,
And I do know that under the executive, the 70 executive orders that Governor Cuomo and then Governor Hochul had, this was allowed, but none of that is in existence anymore.
Mhm.
So I guess if you want to set this up as, for now, as a policy, and then if you want to, you used the term expedited zoning earlier, which doesn't, there's no expedited zoning, but if you want to kind of expedite the process of the local law, just tell me to do that right now, draft up a law to allow this, and then we can set a public hearing at the next meeting.
so you don't think that we could include the wording violations of this will be considered violations of 174.23?
I don't know how you have enforcement authority when you don't have a law.
Well, we're, I guess, clarifying that it's included as a violation generally, which is tough, I know.
I just don't think you have the authority to do it.
Last year, we started drafting a law and then we wanted to include some sidewalk stuff with it. Stephanie said, oh, don't do anything until you put the sidewalk stuff in, and then everything stopped because we didn't have a plan. But there is some draft language that was reviewed a year ago or so that includes, I think it includes this kind of stuff. And so let's share that with you.
Okay.
I'm okay. I guess I'm okay saying we can do, is there any harm in doing this now?
There's no
Or any
harm.
purpose?
I wonder if there's a way under your code in that, and I don't know because I haven't been asked to look at it yet. If there's a way under your code, and Rory left, but I see Anna's there. To see if there's a way we can put it into the building department's discretionary approval for permits. And then we might be able to pull together the offense.
Let me ask you a question. If I have tables on the sidewalk and leave a 4-foot stretch open, is that even a violation
It
of
is.
the current code?
It is a violation because you're not under 174.3, 6, and 7. You're not allowed to obstruct the sidewalks, and that's an obstruction. And there's no 4, 3, whatever amount in there. Of
Is obstruction my term?
course not.
Wow.
Okay, then, and then I would state that, how about this? Such use of tables would not be considered an obstruction under current Village of Ballston spot code.
Okay, but then if you're saying it doesn't, it's not an obstruction, that doesn't do anything with your fine and penalty. That you're specifically saying, okay, so this is not part of the code, but then you're in the same breath saying, but I want to enforce it.
But if
through the
it's,
code.
but if it's 3 feet, then they're obstructing and there is a violation.
Not a fan, I gotta be honest.
I'm trying here.
I know, and points for trying, but
Welcome to 2 lawyers that can't think their way out of a box right now.
yeah, because we had, zoning drafted for this topic.
it won't be that hard. Like I said, it could take, we could do the public hearing, you could set the public hearing at the next meeting and have the public hearing at the following meeting, and then in 30 days it'd be done. But 30 days is a long time with the weather being as it
But
is
do we
today.
want to include the on-street in here?
That might be a whole nother ball of wax, to be honest with you. So we gotta really do some research on that one.
Yeah.
I was actually concerned about the whole placing tables and pretty much at their discretion, because you have,
That came from last year's, by the way. I just rewrote it.
Yeah, okay, I didn't.
Yeah.
But anyway, when I'm looking at it now, you know, going in and out of the parking lot, we don't want to, you know, block entrances and whatever, you know.
I get it, Ben. I don't shoot the messenger. I'm just rewriting code here, or right now in code, but
Yeah.
motions.
Yeah, your code specifically states no person shall encumber the street or sidewalks in the village with
Anything.
any material, whatever. It actually says
Yeah,
any
no, all
material,
those,
whatever.
those little signs on the sidewalk.
So we gotta change
It
the
also
law.
says you can't push anything except a baby carriage or invalid chair. There's a lot in here.
Wow. Invalid chair.
That's what it says, invalid chair.
Like when
There's no-
Stephanie said,
There's no way to not in there.
No.
That one, no.
Here's a question,
Alright,
could we
so-
move forward with this, but then have something more permanent within the next few meetings? I don't know.
That's what I was saying. We could
Yeah.
do
Do
that.
this today, just because we have some restaurants.
Do
Doing
they
it
go and get a
already.
permit? Do they go to your building department and get a permit?
They didn't last year, no.
I mean, I would recommend that they go to your department. Bob says no. But I think that they need to.
We don't have anything to issue a permit on.
no, but I think they did have to meet certain requirements when we allowed on-street dining.
The concern
We
is.
enforce everything that you people come up with and don't want to put in money.
Well, the main issue is to try to penalize them. I mean, can we just have some sort of code enforcement officer if they're not?
There's no code to enforce.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
I'm gonna,
okay. Yeah, we're
I'm
back to
gonna give
square
you,
one.
I'm gonna give you just a,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you just a quick one on this. Carl and I are becoming fast friends.
Only because we're in court every other week.
Yeah. The 9th of May, we're going to court for an offense that started in June of 2020. So if you think your solutions that you're coming up with at this table are gonna get it done, you're wrong. Because it just isn't happening. So come up with something different.
Can I get a motion to table this motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Table,
Do I have a second?
second.
Motion to table and second, Baskin, Cormos in that order. Discussion. We actually go directly to a vote, I think, actually, on this. Yep. All in favor? Aye.
Can I ask a question then?
I'm sorry, you only have 4 minutes.
Oh, well. No, is the board directing me to review what was already presented and then draft up a law to present to you folks in the next week so that we can discuss it at the meeting on the 9th?
That sounds like a splendid idea.
Yeah,
Great. Okay,
And let us
thank you.
send you what.
That's what I mean. I have to look at that
Yeah.
first. I'm not reinventing the wheel.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Moving right along.
I had to talk. I'm boring.
Can I have a motion, Rayon, that Community Emergency Corps with assistance from the Ballston Rotary and Lions Club shall be authorized to install playground equipment and related items at Kelly Park with further authority to install a plaque on or around the equipment honoring former members that have passed away.
I will make that motion.
Trustee Fandesa,
I'll say it.
trustee Baskin, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed, nobody, motion carries. Making a motion, approving and authorizing Mayor Rossi to sign the municipal lease agreement for the new rubber tired backhoe ordered by the Department of Public Works. Can I get the motion?
I'll make that motion.
Trustee Raymond, second.
Second.
Trustee Cormos, I'm gonna actually suggest here that it's not as simple as what we have in front of us, because as Carl and I were talking before the meeting, we're not seeing actual terms in what I sent out to you, and I was wondering that myself. So as long as it is, I might edit this, or suggest amendment of motion here to suggest something to the effect of, as long as the terms are substantially similar to the lease agreement with its payment structure.
How does this relate to the previous discussion about using USDA financing? This is already.
This is separate, yep. I tried to get it possibly to bundle, and the question we posed to Chris Hunsinger was essentially, it's tough to do it going back to the stuff you're already taking delivery on. So tried that one already.
And did we agree on this before on this backhoe?
Yes. It's there.
21. Is it there?
21, it's in, yeah.
21.
Oh, yeah, let me include on the discussion
January.
on DPW equipment from earlier. the delivery dates on this stuff are gonna be pretty epic. Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to rush it, the part two of why I'm trying to rush that through all the $1.4 million equipment, because you won't see it till next year probably anyway. Okay, that's an aside. So can I get an amendment of the motion to state something to the effect here of, let's see,
Attorney approval?
after attorney approval? I like it. Liz, you're a genius.
Thank you.
See that? I high five you, but I can't reach that far.
Is it a lease or is it an installment purchase contract?
That's what we got rid of.
That's a big difference.
So you're gonna approve it based on what you're given. How's that?
I'm not gonna approve it. You're all approving it. I'm gonna.
Well, you're gonna approve it after the fact because Lena, you're left before I sign anything. Who had made the original motion on this? Sean, do you accept that amended motion? Who seconded? Liz? Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I, J, K are all in the same bag as E at this point, so let's go back to E. May I have a motion that the fiscal year 2022-23 Village of Ballston Spa budget be approved as attached?
With our recommendation.
That is what's attached, yes.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it. Trustee Fandesa with the motion, Mayor Rossi second. Okay, just to clarify some things that were stated by public here. First off, when it came to a question of making adjustments to this, for me, Liz had reached out a few days before the public hearing, if I remember correctly, asking if I had any ideas. I stated, I believe the correct process is to wait for the public hearing and then move from there to see if I heard anything that stuck out during the public hearing. We had no comments. So part two was, Julia, can you identify money that has the potential to be moved around because it's not needed for next year, or that we may have overestimated certain things on? I didn't ask her to do the reformulate things. Those are things that Julia does on her own usually without us really paying too much attention to it, because she's basically there making sure that the debits and credits equal each other. So part three of this whole thing is things that are so beyond us, it's not funny.
I disagree. Every part of the budget is our responsibility, and I expect to get an answer on every item.
But why didn't you email her the question?
I did. I called,
I
I
heard-
emailed.
I heard you call. I didn't hear an email.
No, I emailed her as well after I didn't hear from her. And this morning she said that she was gonna come back in the office and would answer me then, and then she didn't have the chance to do so. So, yeah, I mean, that's one problem with this proposal. And then there's, you know, what Christine pointed out, when there was no public comment, there was nothing that came back from the public about this budget that they were concerned about. They didn't advocate for any of the things that you were asking.
Okay, but what I was asking for were things that we knew were either A, irrelevant for next budget year, or B, that were overestimated in terms of contingency or things we've learned since, such as CHIPS funding. We got additional CHIPS money back ultimately that covers contingency issues, I believe, from this year.
Well,
And it carries into next year as well, possibly in some format. And so that's why I'm able to take a step back and say $50-something thousand of contingency went to paving. That's what CHIPS is for those that don't know. Paving from the state. Let me just finish this so that we can have a full conversation on it. So taking a step back, even knowing that there's inflation in asphalt because it's energy based, that's why we feel comfortable on the idea that we're not going down on contingency. This year's contingency was $100,000. I'm still saying go to $110,000. Here's $10,000 that we can spread around from there, ultimately. So I understand we want to stay religious to the contingency pools. This question is at 120 or 110, and 2% is generally the idea, I believe, on the proper contingency number in a budget. That's what it's reflecting here. Probably even a little bit more than 2%. The other question was the engineering, and I've explained again. Water engineering goes to water, sewer engineering goes to sewer. This is general engineering. And we aren't gonna be rebuilding the court in its current format or anything like that. And I can't see that, or the police department. DPW garage might be something, but that's gonna be a long-term scenario. And there's some other things that are coming up that I'm not guaranteeing we'd be spending any study money in that. So facilities, I don't see a facility need at this point in time, at least for this coming budget year, specifically for this next budget year. So I don't know where you're identifying this need for $20,000 to study for things other than the infrastructure that would have their own pool for studies.
No, I disagree. I think the buildings is something we have to address very soon. And that may require some engineering, or in that category could be architectural. If we're looking at a new DPW building, we're gonna have to spend money to design it.
Or there may be some existing structures that exist
And
for
that
it.
may need
And you're
modification.
gonna have to redesign them. It's a mistake. It's a mistake to take money out of engineering.
Well, but don't forget, you're gonna pool your re-engineering and the building into one big bond at the end of the day, most likely, aren't you, Sean?
I don't know. We may have to do some sort of, if you're looking at uses, we're gonna have to do a feasibility study. And I don't know if we're gonna necessarily bond all that.
I guess I'm not comfortable with the process. There very well could be a number of items. You provided us with 21 different changes. Some of them we could probably all agree to. Others we probably could not agree to. But it's already 10 p.m. and it's the last minute. And what I suggest is we pass the budget that's been on the books for a couple months and it went to the public hearing. And then we deal with each of these items, because we could spend, 20 more minutes on, do we need that extra 20,000 or not for engineering? That's just one item. And then there's others, which I know I won't necessarily agree with. Others I'd probably like, yeah, that's all right. But we don't have, this is not the right time or place or format to be going through at the last minute, right before approving this budget. What I'd be more comfortable with is approve the budget that we've had in place. Julia went through every line. We had workshops, it's been online, had a public hearing, approve that. And then I am more than willing to look at these line items that you want to change as, budget transfers or whether we need contingency funds to do those things. But I'd like to just pass the budget that we had.
And as I stated to Martha, who I had an email exchange with today, and thank you for your email, Martha, and the response back, sorry I didn't get a chance to respond again. What bothers me in this exchange is the following. I sent it out Thursday after consulting Wednesday and asking Julia, okay, I need some budget lines to go with these, because obviously it's not as simple as just saying, here's money, money, money. It's budget lines. I didn't even ask her for part three. Part three, she said I needed to fix these anyway, because these things were formulaically incorrect the way they were, but I still wanted to net and debit to zero on those other things. Okay, so it's the things at the top that I explained earlier that were the back and forth. Thursday, I've had endless emails about things like keys, minutes, attachments, etc. since Thursday. Why wouldn't you put a focus on the $60,000 question ultimately? That I think I was highly respectful to try to put it out as quickly as I could, knowing that we have a budget discussion here, after trying to see if there was any public response. I didn't sit back on this, and Jerry, as my witness, I asked Julia at ASAP, come up with a list of reallocable funds so that we could have this discussion.
Frank, the argument can be made that you could have made comments on the PDD, because it was given to you days earlier.
I was ready
So
to.
this is a non-argument.
I was ready to give those discussion points there, Sean, but again, this is one page. You asked me to
Yeah,
relook
but
at
it needs
13
background
pages.
research, which Julia has to provide, and she was unavailable. Or at least didn't
I
provide.
think it's just
the
the
background.
last minute. It's not like we can't do these things, but I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah,
We're
right
not
now.
gonna
Yeah.
package 21 items in one and have us pass it. I don't feel comfortable doing that. Let's pass the budget.
You're passing a budget with formula errors.
And they can be corrected after the
Probably
budget's
more than
passed.
what we
There's
know.
no
It is a
law
budget. It is
that
a-
says they have to be changed now.
Right. That's what budget transfer is about.
Yeah.
Look at the number of budget transfers that Larry did in his tenure. You have to adjust it. It's a budget. It's a framework. It's not, you have to exactly spend that dollar there. As long as the board agrees, you can move that dollar over there.
So I think three of us wanted to go with the budget that was presented to the public hearing and revisit your items after that's approved. So not saying no to your items, but just
Anybody busy on April 29th, Thursday?
why. Why April? Why?
Under village law 55084, the village has to adopt the budget by May 1st. If the village does not agree to adopt the budget by May 1st, then the tentative budget, which was presented, it becomes the budget, is adopted, by operation of law, plus any resolutions that this board has enacted to amend the tentative budget.
I don't see reason to do this last minute.
I see two reasons right in the front row right there, the 4,000 and 1,000 plus
Yeah,
dollars
Don't
there.
throw me under the bus. We here.
I see seniors in our audience that have
Frank,
become members of,
as part of,
okay?
as part of the, I can, well,
Go.
okay. As part of the budget process, we went to all these groups and I asked, how, this is what you all asked for, what do you need? And they gave us what we need and we gave them what they asked for. So they asked for $5,000 something this year, that's what we gave them.
Well, what's asked for watering?
Same,
I don't remember exactly what it was.
Well, the
what was
watering we-
Provided in budget was not.
yeah,
not
no, the
what they
watering,
asked for.
that's not something the BSBPA uses internally, it's just a pass through for watering. If we need
They're
to add,
concerned that it's underfunded.
if we need to
I
add
don't
that,
think
well,
so.
it was budgeted for watering 7 days a week. And so we thought that is not necessary. But if it turns out that it is necessary, we can add to that budget. But we were watering what, 3 or 4 times a day is what we budgeted, I think. I mean,
No,
3 or 4 times a week.
the original watering budget, which I actually managed, was part of that group, was, excuse me, can I
I'm
finish?
just gonna set the record straight. Stacey Simmons provided it. What she considered, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to have you guys weigh in. But what she considered was in the case, and again, it might not be used all of it, but in the case that there's drought or it's very hot, lack of rain summer, and at a low, I can't even talk, sorry guys. But at a price that was reasonable, I
It
don't.
was for everyday watering. They don't
It's
do
just
the
to
hanging
provide in
baskets
case.
anymore. The hanging
No,
baskets need
Stacey
everyday
Simmons does
watering.
it for professional.
If I could just
Go ahead, Dan.
give you some numbers, when we had the hanging baskets, our budget was $18,500 for what we requested. And under Larry's mayorship, he did ask that we try to pare it down. So Stacy made cuts on the types of flowers she purchased. We got rid of the basket. We buy flats of flowers now instead of pots. And she's cut the budget from 18.5 down to 63.76, and that's the bare minimum of $1,000 per plant. And then labor is at $16 an hour. Last year we paid $15 an hour, so there is a wiggle room, but it's less than I anticipate you would pay the DPW to do the watering. And in case it wasn't used last year because it was such a rainy year, but we can't predict the weather, and so Stacy wanted to have it covered. I mean, the other option is just we could put wood chips on everything and just like call it a day, or the village could take over it. We are doing it as a partnership. We find people to plant the plants from all organizations all over the place. Stacy donates the fertilizer herself. The Community Emergency Corps has provided their own flowers in the past. Brookside Nursery provides their own flowers. So we have a lot of donations coming in, and this is like, I talked to Stacy today, and this is like as far down as she could get it. And that's for watering every day. And if you don't use it, then you don't use it. But that's what we would like to request.
I think we're losing focus on this because we're getting down into the minutiae. And-
So we'll see you
and
Thursday.
So ultimately, this funding can happen with the original budget and budget transfers or using contingency fund. It is not like if we pass the budget that was presented in 411, that this will never happen. That is completely untrue. It could happen, but instead of being wholesale, it's done on an individual basis.
Family
So-
Fun Day would be probably in the next couple of months. It's unfunded. What are you gonna do about that?
Well, it was unfunded last year too.
It didn't happen.
We can't go through item by item
No.
now.
You know,
we're
Everyone
not
is having
going
an hour
to go
conversation.
You could have done a
Item by
Thursday night,
item.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You waited till Monday to bring it up.
I
Why?
asked you.
Why?
I asked you 2
Why?
weeks ago. I asked you 2 weeks
And
ago.
I told you what happened
if
2
you had-
weeks ago.
If you had budget,
I'll see you Thursday night.
no, you said you had budget
I'll see you Thursday night.
suggestions 2 weeks ago. And I think Liz emailed, what are your budget suggestions? We didn't get anything till Thursday. All right, so let's move to a vote.
Yep.
Move to a vote.
Yeah,
Would you accept an amendment to your motion to have a budget workshop on April 29th? Is that Thursday? No, April 28th
No, I'm
at
good.
7 PM.
I'm available.
No,
I'm not available.
not
I'm
available.
not available.
That motion doesn't.
It's an amendment.
Yeah, but you're moving to adopt a budget and hold a budget workshop in the same motion. That doesn't work.
Well, no, it's just a
We're not
wholesale
voting
amendment of it.
anyway.
So she's revoking the amendment, that you're repealing the amendment in total, the motion in total, and then putting a new motion.
So I have a new motion. I have a new motion to.
Well, hold on, we got a motion on the floor.
All right, go ahead.
The motion is,
Alright.
please state it again, this one.
Well, it's right here.
So this one?
It's E.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna vote.
One move. See if this works.
Well,
I mean-
wait,
Okay.
what motion is on the floor right now?
That's what I was asking.
E.
It's the motion to approve it because you disallowed any amendment at that point in time.
Well, she can repeal her, withdraw her motion.
You withdraw your motion?
I do, in the same breath, I would like to make the motion to set a budget workshop for Thursday, April 29th, or 8th.
Problem with holding a budget workshop would be that workshop wouldn't allow for passage or
Sure,
whatever.
it can.
Okay, well then
Because
fine.
there's no such thing as a workshop. Everyone uses the term.
I'll second the
workshop as anything.
motion.
Do we need?
Discussion?
Is there enough time for public notice?
72 hours.
So I'd rather just pass the budget we've had on our desk for months and then look at your items one by one after it's passed.
that's my feeling too.
Mine too.
It's a new motion. Any public comment?
What, right now?
It's a new motion. Any
What's-
public
wait, We
comment?
didn't have it. What's the new motion?
My motion, I wrote what I did. I made a motion to have a public hearing on Thursday 28th on the budget, including these workshop, thank you. Including these, changes and to discuss these changes and 7, I think we said, so that's my current motion.
Lisa? You could probably just for my phone.
It's 90 seconds, right?
Thank you, timekeeper.
I think for purposes of, if Julia said that there were some changes that, something wasn't right with how the formula was, that needs to be addressed before it can be heard. I think it's a good idea to have a meeting on Thursday, so you can all discuss this, see what things are. It doesn't make sense to have $17,000 that's already been spent last year, that you're not gonna spend till next year, where that can be reallocated. I think it's a good idea, line by line, to go through that. And what can it hurt for the taxpayers of this village and its budget to, you represent us Thursday night, give us your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom?
No.
They've all gone to bed.
You two really are spending too much time with each other.
Yeah.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say
Go
on
ahead, I'm
the,
sorry.
Dana Wilmer, I'm a non-resident, but my business is the
BSBPA, we get it. Yep.
and just to advocate for the BSDPA, if if it does go into a workshop. We requested $5,000 when Mr. Baskin reached out to us to see what we would like for marketing reimbursement. We didn't shoot for the moon. We just put what we thought we might get money for, but we, along with other nonprofits, took a gigantic hit from COVID. We're operating at $35,000, loss the last 2 years. And so that extra $4,000 would be a tremendous help for us to market your village for you as well.
Thank you. You have your, what's your address just for the
Oh,
record?
sorry, 18 Coronado Way.
Further discussion? Let's go roll call on this one.
Trustee.
Fondainza. Fondainza.
Yes. Trustee Raymond,
No.
trustee Cormo,
No,
trustee Baskin,
No.
Mayor Lockley.
Emphatically, yes, because the village is worth my time. Yes, it does. Motion fails, as she said.
So we have.
Letter I.
Wait, can we do a new motion to, we
Yeah,
want to
we can
pass
do
the
a new
budget.
motion.
Can I have a-
We want
Yes,
to
we
pass the
can do
budget.
a motion.
The motion made by X, seconded by X, that the fiscal year 2022-2023 Village of Ballston Spa budget presented for the public hearing on April 11th, 2022 be approved.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All right, are you gonna vote?
No, we are not, because public comment.
Oh, okay.
What are we commenting on?
The tentative budget being approved.
Not tentative.
It was the tentative budget, Liz.
It is a tentative.
Oh, it is a tentative, sorry.
So being that it's a tentative budget right now currently, and some issues have been addressed, we have, ongoing back and forth, and like I said before, public needs to be heard, and, take your time to discuss what's important to all of us. This is our money. This isn't your money, Liz. This isn't your money, Ben. This isn't your money, John. This is our money. Give us your time to make sure that it's discussed. I'm not saying you have to approve all of it. But listen to what we're saying here. What is the purpose of $17,000 if you're not gonna use it, keeping it somewhere? Your engineering comments, I get it. Maybe that's not the best part. Give that your time, each individual one. We deserve that.
I think we will give it our time.
Carol Johnson.
Carolyn Johnson, 91 Church Ave. After listening to all this, I don't understand why you three people still have to go against what the people want. And Frank, Mayor.
Yes.
I think you ought to do a survey in the room to see what everybody thinks. Ain't gonna cost you anything. But this is ridiculous. You people on that board, it's just, do you sit here and listen to what the people want? Well, do I get an answer?
Yeah,
No.
I can answer you.
Yeah, go
There
ahead.
was a public hearing last week or last meeting, and there was no public comment.
Yeah.
So.
But there is
that
tonight,
means Silence is consent.
but there is
sometimes people
tonight,
say.
Sean.
But Sean,
Well, the public hearing was last week,
But what you
and
guys
there's a
made,
procedure that open.
You
meetings
guys
Back
have
and forth,
made
yeah,
it-
back and forth, yeah, no.
you guys have made it public tonight. We didn't, you guys did.
Mayor
We didn't do
Rossi.
anything.
So, and it doesn't matter whoever made it public, you made it public tonight, so, see, this is what I mean, we're standing up here, the public, who put you in your place, not for long, I hope. But anyways, what, you just keep going and going and going and going and arguing. You're not doing what the people want. You only want to do what you want. It's not fair. All of us here live in this village, most of us, and this is what we want.
I gave Christine 5 minutes, 30 seconds earlier, so.
Yeah,
but
but
she wants to speak.
That's all right.
For a new motion.
Yeah, okay, that's nice. I respected somebody speaking on your behalf earlier, have a little respect for somebody on the other side of it.
I'm a senior, they don't have any, but they have coffee across the street.
Christine M. Fitzpatrick, 31 Chapman Street. And I'm a senior as well, just want to say, okay, you know what? This is, I think, bad process. The public had an opportunity to speak. We have heard all of this, we have gone ad nauseum in workshops. I resent the fact that anybody here has been told that they haven't put in the time when we've put in the workshops. When you, Frank, were at the workshops, and you, Bernadette, were at every workshop anyway. We have put in the time. We have all put in the time. So I think, and we have a way of passing this and also addressing these concerns. But this process of talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, I feel like I'm being beaten into getting, and I'm saying this as a resident, which I am entitled to do, I am being beaten into going along with what was proposed with these 21 changes, and they are not part of the legitimate budget process. And if we go along with this, where we keep talking and talking and talking, and you raise something, or Bernadette raises something, and somebody comes up with a totally new idea, we're going to be, our process is going to go, I can't even, I'm losing language. Our process is going to go by the wayside. We have a process, we did the process, we allowed the public to comment, we all went to workshops, we all sat through a public comment period where nothing was said. Now's the time, put it to a vote.
Christine, how long did you take to make the process happen, out of curiosity?
I'm not, I don't have to answer.
I would like you to.
No, well, you know something, I'm not going to discuss.
It took me
this any further.
17 days to come up with the changes, 17 days
It
ultimately.
took me a whole lot longer than that
Thank
to
you.
come up with the budget.
Thank you.
that I did.
I appreciate the honesty.
I'm not saying that I won't have a special meeting we can talk about things as a group, but I'm not gonna be strong armed into doing it this Thursday, because I'm busy. And we can do it at a future, maybe next week, after this budget is passed, we can then have a special meeting to go over all your items, but I'm feeling like we're being strong armed.
Bush?
It's public comment only on the motion.
Yes.
That's out there, yes.
90 seconds.
You don't want to hear what your name's name?
We haven't even gotten to that yet.
You know, listen back and forth, you don't get this, guys. You want the budget to pass and everything. But as you mentioned, there's irregular formulas, or formulas are not right, that need to take a look at. Well, now's the time to do it while it's kind of budget. I don't think it's passing the budget now and doing it later is not the time to correct a formula that should have been corrected beforehand. It doesn't make sense that way. I understand the due process, and I get it, Christine, I get it, you're right, there's a process to go through all this, I understand all that. But if there's irregularities in the formulas, why are we passing it?
Because we haven't heard what's in it. I mean,
And the point is those formulas can be corrected before the budget, after the budget is passed. Those corrections can be made. They're not contingent on the budget.
You're
passed.
presenting a known erroneous budget to the state. Gina?
Yeah, that was my question. Gina Morosi, 10 Old Glory Lane. That was gonna be my question. Is it legal to pass a budget where these problems exist?
It's legal to pass this budget, yes.
With those problems existing?
What I don't know exactly what the problems are. I think that Julia would have to explain the formulaic portion of it, because I do not play with numbers. So I couldn't give an opinion on that, and I don't know about the board either. So that would be, I mean, one of the things that could happen is them agree to take the formulaic changes tonight, and the other ones they talk about Thursday, or they talk about later, or they talk about, I mean, there's other things that they could be.
Yeah, they haven't been explained to us, though.
Like a lease that doesn't exist any longer is being accounted for as revenue. That's a for instance.
I would like Julie to explain.
She explained it to me. I just told you what it was. A lease
like
that no
Julia to
longer
explain
exists. It was
I would like
included in it.
Julia to explain it. And
Well,
I'm
then
sure
let
the
me
public would
continue.
like Julia.
Excuse me, but continuing on my public comment, thank you. If you don't understand what these problems are, how can you pass the budget? There you go.
Peter Martin?
Peter Martin, 20 Crystalwood Court. I think there was no public comment shown because I didn't know you guys were hiding, or not hiding, but had $32,000. As was Christine said, it was a buffer, correct? You had,
I'm saying it could be, that's all.
yeah, but it was, right? You said, I believe you said,
The 15,000, the crosswalk, the 17,000 spent already for the
so
zoning.
that's $32,000 that he found in the budget. He's trying to, no, he didn't find it. I mean, it was,
Because we think 15,000.
but we didn't know that as a public that it was a buffer, it was buffer money. We,
It's not buffer money. That's an opinion that it's. buffer
You
money.
stated in the workshop yourself. Julia quoted it back to me last week.
What, the 15 grand?
Yes.
well, and the
The 15 grand is how much it would cost if we have to do it.
And it will
Well, that's why there was no
probably happen in
public
this coming
comment
budget
on
year.
my part. I didn't know it was
Not
money
according to
that was
him.
spent. I didn't know that was money that was already spent one year, and we had a, you don't want to call it buffer, I don't know what you want to call it. But if we need extra money in the budget,
Allocation.
we can need extra money in the budget, just put a line in there, and just put a memo line in there. Just so we all know that it's not being like a buck, using it as a buffer. That's what you.
Well, that's your term, that's not mine.
Well,
We're actually
the workshops
arguing
are on-
over a very small part of the budget, which can easily be modified after the budget is passed.
No, regardless, there's public comment. We should be listening.
Speaking of which, any further?
Add somebody on.
Yeah, I do see it. Go ahead.
All right, so Mr. Lewis, I'm going to allow you to talk. Please unmute yourself. Oh.
You're muted.
Keith Lewis, 38 East High Street, Ballston, Spa, New York. It's sad to watch, Frank, these public political theatrics. This is about process. And it is about the fact that each of the items that you are lobbying for can be realized in the appropriate process. When you set precedents in government, so for instance, what you're asking this board to do is disregard the process that has been done in the past so that every incoming administration can basically disregard any of the work that's been done, usurp the voice of the people, which you had an opportunity for people to comment. People need transparency in government. They don't need you doing it in the cover of night and then presenting it in this way as if you're helping the people. And even if you assemble a mob to reinforce what you're saying, it doesn't change the fact this isn't process. This is not what we want to do. We don't want to set precedents by this. You can get your line items according to process. Thank you.
So I would like to respond to that, and it's time for discussion because there's no further public comment. I don't view $10,000 to fix a dangerous condition at the police and court building after I discussed with the judge and the police chief the fact that they're not going to get a new building anytime soon and they have some dangerous situations there and they need to be fixed. Improper process. I don't think that asking for $5,624 BSBPA funds under the circumstances after talking to village businesses is a process as was referred to. I don't think that giving $1,000 bump to the Ballston area seniors for the first time in how long is an improper process. I don't think doing something to make sure that Julia stays, I wish she was here tonight, but she does splendid work, we know that, so that we don't lose her is an improper process. I don't think that giving $10,000 to village events, including Family Fun Day, and making sure people know they have the funds to operate is an improper process when village residents have told me time and time again. In fact, somebody on Saturday during the cleanup, they want to actually help out with Family Fun Day. EML's bathroom to make it ADA accessible. Huh. Making a sidewalk budget so that we can actually finally change the code that you've been talking about for a year, if not more. That's a problem in the process. Having this since Thursday, after I had 17 whole days on the job to dive into this and ask the questions and see what was wrong, that's an improper process. No, that's the lemonade that I made out of the lemons that I was handed because there were mistakes and issues. And I'm sorry if you disagree, but guess what? You had months. I had 2.5 weeks. I got it to you as quickly as I could. If you want a few extra days, I said, by all means, take a few extra days. Let's get together, have a workshop, pass it, and be done with it. This is about control, control, control. I'm sick of control issues. This is, for me, what people have told me they need, they want to make the village better. You're sitting there saying process has to dictate, process has to dictate. When the public didn't speak up in time earlier, so they don't get to talk at all. That's bull. Bull. These are the people that matter. This is the money from them. And you're sitting there acting like process comes before people, not under my watch. So you pass this damn budget all you want. But guess what? You're gonna have to answer to them. You're going to.
Amen.
So in terms of process, I'll just respond. The police chief came to a workshop and we went through every line item in the police department budget with him. And we responded in the budget with what he needed. Now, if there's an additional need that came to light since then, we will meet that. All those budget items you just mentioned could be addressed. Some of them I agree strongly with, like the sidewalks. But it is not the correct process to have the mayor at the last minute put in choice little items that you like or take out things you don't like at the last minute. That is not the correct process. I'd like to follow the correct process and then look at your items. I'd be more than happy to have a workshop where we cover all those things. It'll take hours to do it. I'm happy to do it. But I want to follow the integrity of this budget workshop process and pass this budget, and then we will make some of the changes. You know,
Who are you fooling right now, Ben? You are not gonna do a damn thing with this once it's passed. I have watched this.
Excuse me, that's insulting.
No, it's true.
No, it is
It's true.
insulting.
It is true.
You need to watch your decorum.
I'm watching my decorum just fine, Sean, and it's the last couple of years of the three of you, you don't do anything. So here's a chance to package everything in a way that makes sure that it's in the right spots correctly. That's part of what the budget process is, to make sure it's in the right spots as we go into the budget year. Here we
The
are.
process is a continuing, evolving thing, even from former Mayor Wobright, there was always constant transfers and change. Errata came up and they were rectified. It doesn't have to be done as part of passing the budget. We all know this. This is political theater.
It's not political theater.
Yes, it
vote.
is.
Oh, you can think it all you want, Liz.
It is so that you can choose certain things, like taking 20,000 out of engineering. We disagree with that.
What do you, Sally?
No,
you're
we're
not
not, we
gonna-
can't get
Oh,
into
no, we're not
that.
gonna
Let's vote.
We can do that on an item
Yes.
by item basis
It is
at
now
another time.
30 minutes longer than the last meeting.
And we're not even done.
We're not even done.
Good.
No, it's
You know what?
not good.
That is not
I
good.
feel bad for the staff here who have
Yeah.
to, who aren't gonna
I
get
feel
home
bad,
after 11.
I feel bad for the village because village business is being stalled,
All right.
basically because of ego.
Village business is stalled because your email after email, instead of addressing the budget since Thursday, has been about keys, minutes, agendas, and agenda attachments.
So are we ready?
Well,
for
yeah, and
motion?
then we're gonna, after we pass this, then we can talk about that.
Have
All
fun.
right, so let's vote.
After we pass.
All right, so I vote for,
Excuse me.
all right, go ahead. 10:30.
We've got a motion and a second.
I just asked the clerk to take the roll call vote.
Okay.
Trustee Gaskin,
Yeah,
trustee Cormos,
Yes.
trustee Raymond,
Yes.
trustee Von Born.
You don't know. Trustee Bernadette.
I would like my nasty instead, thank you.
Okay, I
That's
understand.
okay. No, sorry, we'll figure it out. But I will vote for this, but I would like it reflected in the minutes that I am very disappointed that we couldn't come together and take care of this now, or even Thursday, it was suggested. I know there's disagreement here, but at the end of the day, I would like to see the budget passed. But please, you know what, you all say we're gonna come back to this, I will make sure that we do. I will not let you guys forget that.
Okay.
And the public won't, so.
There's no question about that.
Okay.
Good.
Mayor Rossi.
No, I make a motion that there be a workshop on the budget after the fact on Thursday. Check that Wednesday out of respect for the library situation there.
Which date?
May 4th, is that?
I can't do Wednesday. I can
That
do
is the
Tuesday.
NICOM meeting.
Yeah.
That's the educational meeting up at the Sagamore, so I don't think that's.
How dare we miss that? Wednesday, May
That's
Do-
5th, 6th.
11th.
Can we do a day other than Wednesday?
Well, Thursday's our comprehensive plan night, so
Wednesday, the 11th is the planning board.
we shouldn't be there anyway.
It's a planning board. The planning board members may be interested in the budget. They want to attend.
And Wednesdays aren't good for me in general. Can we do it
Tuesday? Is it Tuesday work?
or Thursday? Tuesday or Thursday?
Tuesdays, the
Thursday's a
library-
comprehensive plan usually, so, or every other, so.
Well, they're every other Thursday.
Yeah, we're tripping into the same Thursday, so it's the problem.
Can we go to the next
Because of my
Thursday?
address, I don't know.
It's not planned.
No,
Monday? No.
That's a good amount of the library meeting.
Monday the
Oh, they're
16th. How about Monday the 16th? No,
How about-
there's nothing, there's no board meetings.
Or you want to do this Monday, the second?
Happy birthday to me.
May 16th, is that what we said?
Sorry, May 16th works for my calendar. You want to do a discussion item?
11:00?
Worked.
Special meeting for the first workshop. May I get a motion for a special meeting to be a budget workshop discussion on Monday, May 16th at 7 PM.
I will.
And can you please request that Julia, hopefully before then, explains her request?
Liz, I think Julie would love nothing more at
And
this point
also-
than to explain it to
And
you.
also come to the workshop if she possibly can.
Yes, since it's budget, she should be there.
She's been at every one and she's buying a new house. And tonight you got a problem.
Okay,
So I have a motion.
I'm waiting for a second.
All
I'll
right, well,
second.
she can, she can.
I'll second it.
All right.
Trustee Van
Hold on. Public comment is allowed. No. No, discussion. None. Go.
Trustee Van Danville.
Yes.
Trustee Raymond.
Yes.
Trustee Cormos.
yes.
Trustee Gaskin.
Yeah.
Mayor Rossi.
Yes. Aye. May I motion in honor of Earth Day and to enable the village offices to cut down on paper waste. Members of the board will not request the clerk to bring paper copies to the agenda and items related to the agenda for the village, for the board to village board meetings, with the clerk providing only enough copies for public in attendance. Can I have that motion?
I will make that motion.
I will second it.
Discussion, 5 extra pieces of paper.
No, it's not
No.
just the agenda. That's the issue. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it's not just 5 extra pieces of paper, with the enormous amount of attachments that have been coming up in the last several meetings. It's a lot of paper and it's a lot of work.
Okay, but you're gonna make enough copies of all those attachments for the public?
No, they're put on the website. I don't make them for the public.
Okay, well, we don't, I mean, I don't need the attachments, but I think to have a copy of the agenda on, in front of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, paper
I-
copies.
I would like a paper copy of the agenda.
Yeah.
I mean,
me
I
too.
know I'd have you print out the attachments, but I can review them prior.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's all we
yeah, but-
want.
So I will amend the motion.
Well, I don't know why we need to make it, there could be.
Why do we have to make the next two for that matter, Ben? You know what? If we would get into the
Well, now
minutia,
you're
we're getting
being
minutia.
obnoxious.
No, we're not.
Yes, you
Your
are.
motions,
You're
your
bullying
next
and
two, your next two motions are
We're not
obnoxious,
talking
Ben.
about the other
We're
two
talking
motions.
about
Well-
this motion right now,
Yeah.
stay on.
Don't be a bully.
Excuse me? She's making demands. You stay right here on this motion right here. No.
That's what we're doing. We're doing this
We're
motion.
discussing
Let's
this
not turn this
motion.
into a circus. It's one motion at a time.
You're talking over each other.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shush.
So I was trying to amend the motion.
Well, I'm still discussing the motion that exists. Should I do that now or? I just don't know that this should be a motion because there could be, for example, a trustee at some point who needs paper copies, maybe they have vision issues or something. Or maybe someone's copier breaks, or there could be other reasons, and it shouldn't be prohibited that a trustee request paper copies on occasion. It shouldn't be outlawed that happens. If we can have an understanding that in general, we all, just ask for paper agenda copies and not the other stuff. But to make it a motion, I think is unnecessary. And there could be contingencies where we will want paper copies of other things. And the village and staff should facilitate our work and there shouldn't be obstacles to getting what we need to do our job. If we need paper, we can be mindful of not requesting excessive paper copies, but if we need them for some reason, we should be able to get them. It shouldn't be against the rules to get them if we need.
Like if someone was traveling and coming late to this meeting, they, something came in last minute, they might need paper copies. I mean, I'm all for Earth Day and not wasting paper, but I don't know if we really need this motion. We can have an understanding of what we need.
I don't know why a person would be required to use their personal resources for village business.
Maybe, but honestly, guys, it's really not that hard to print yourself if you really need a hard copy.
Why make a motion? We'll commit to doing our best to not tax Terry and the village, but there could be plenty of reasons why we would want paper copy for something or another, and it would be silly to have that prohibited.
Terry, how regularly do you get asked for copies of each meeting?
How often, say that again?
How regularly do you get asked to print copies for board members at this meeting?
It's only trustee Raymond that asks me.
Come on.
But it used to
Why
be like.
would I use my personal resources when there's a village resource?
Community. All right.
So. I do actually put in quite a few hours, actually, and I actually volunteer a lot of work towards the village, so. The idea that the village can't afford a few copies of paper.
Nobody said we couldn't afford it,
Yeah.
but most of the things that are attachments aren't things that you need in printed form anyway. You can keep them
And
in
we've
your
already,
computer
I've
and
already
PDF.
stated that you don't have to print the attachments.
So I'm willing to make the change where it's just the agenda.
Now, I was gonna
Those should be
request
started to
the.
try to
yeah.
say.
The revised motion would read, motion that in honor of Earth Day and to enable the village officers to cut down on paper waste, members of the board will not request the clerk to bring paper copies of the agenda attachments to village board meetings with the clerk. Period.
Why is this, why do we need a motion?
My motion for Jay, because there's a desire to reduce paper waste and apparently you have the motion to get it done.
I don't think we even need the motion. It's kind of,
That's kind of like,
Oh, well,
Office
the
procedure?
motion's on the floor. I mean, should we just
Roll call.
vote?
or table it.
table it.
Motion is on point.
Trustee Raymond.
Yes.
Trustee Raymond,
No,
trustee Cornwall,
Abstain.
Why?
trustee Baskin,
No.
Mayor Rossi.
Yes,
But yeah, that's personal.
2-2.
What happened?
Huh?
What happened with 2?
It's a tie. It doesn't
2-2
pass.
means it failed. No, 2 means it fails.
Jay,
I don't even want to think about this. It's like, so,
It's so late. Do we want to, I'm okay tabling till the next meeting if you want to table the rest of the motions. based, given the time.
I'm fine with tabling K. I think J needs to be dispensed with at this point, because we're getting too close to the quarter. Can I have a motion that there is one official Bill's newsletter, The Voice, that all board members will have the opportunity to contribute to this newsletter, which will be produced at least quarterly, that the newsletter will be reviewed and approved by the board prior to public distribution, that the newsletter will be for informational purposes pertaining to village business and events, and no other newsletters or mass emails will be sent by board members using village resources without prior approval of the board, except in cases of emergency. Can I have that motion?
All right, I'll make that motion.
Trustee Baskin?
Second.
Trustee Raymond, discussion.
Discussion. There's a difference between your personal right to voice and to publish anything versus the village's voice. And the idea here is that it be consistent, that it not delve into politics or opinion, that it be informational, and that we all have the opportunity to contribute. And the reason for this, which if you look at the last few newsletters, follows that. It was done by all of us. Frankly, when Mayor Woolbright was producing the newsletter, it was just him, and he left out a lot of things. And frankly, he used it for an opinion piece, and we want to avoid that. We don't want anybody's opinion. We want the facts laid out. This happened, or this is going to happen. This is what the village has done. Keep it completely
From Wade,
Politics free.
politics free.
from Wade Beltramo of NICOM, Mayor Rossi, as a general rule, village boards of trustees control the power of the purse and are empowered to establish policies regarding the use of village resources. With that in mind, your board of trustees could determine what resources the village will dedicate to sending out a newsletter and what information is put in such a newsletter. Moreover, village boards of trustees would be responsible for establishing computer use and email policies for village employees and subordinate officers. Regarding a mayor's use of their own village email account, however, I do not believe that a board of trustees could prohibit a village mayor from using their official municipal email account from communicating with village residents regarding village matters. While the New York State Village Law does not explicitly address this issue, principles of separation of powers dictate that a local legislative body does not have power to prevent an elected chief executive officer, such as a village mayor, from communicating with his or her constituents by a method that does not require the expenditure of any municipal funds or resources. Communicating to the public regarding public policy and public business is a fundamental inherent power of a mayor. To the extent that no appropriation is needed for the emails to be sent, I'm assuming that there is no additional cost to the village in you sending any emails to village residents. The Board of Trustees could not prevent you from using your village email account to communicate with the public simply by adopting a resolution or motion. I am of the opinion that a local legislative body attempting to restrict the mayor from communicating with his or her residents would be a curtailment of the mayor's powers. Such a curtail of the mayor's powers may only be accomplished by a local law subject to a mandatory referendum. See Municipal Home Rule Law, Section 23. I hope that this is helpful. If you have any other questions, etc.
Well, we can always, if it's not allowed, that we create a policy that there's one newsletter that we all contribute to, because you want to have your own newsletter, then at least we would like also to have the opportunity to have a newsletter. It seems silly to have two newsletters, but also there's two ways these newsletters are distributed. One's email, the other is on the water bill. That does require resources. So at least with the newsletter that's mailed to every house, this motion would apply, and it would be good to have one newsletter where you say what you want to say, that, you know, fact-based.
Could you address it down to Martin's question earlier?
Which is what?
Well, the board decides, makes the final decision on what's approved, and historically, the three of you vote together. So does that mean that you guys will vote, that it's always going to be just your voice?
What we're looking for is a neutral letter frankly, like Liz said, Larry Wilbright abused his power with the newsletter and made political statements in the newsletter, which I thought were unethical and inappropriate. And that's what we'd like to avoid. He would say things about other trustees or other political candidates that he should not be saying as a.
Actually, Mayor Albright in one made just straight up false statements.
Your last newsletter basically was a stomping ground on a referendum that was up for vote. So I don't see how we're saying one person or one,
Referendum.
your ballot initiative. Your last newsletter basically was touting the greatness of that referendum while it was really pending for a vote.
It actually said vote yes.
Right, so maybe that was a mistake and that shouldn't be
Oh,
done. Yeah, no, really, so you would see that, you're mayor, you would see that, look, I disagree, or I just don't think that's a.
Yeah, but imagine this conversation, you call you on the phone, Ben, I don't think it's a good idea. Are you gonna say, yes, Frank, you're right, or are you gonna say, well, we think it's not?
No, we would.
I think at that particular period of time, I think the whole board was in agreement with that. So that's probably why I made it. If the whole board wasn't in agreement with that
We wouldn't put it
outcome,
in.
then we wouldn't have
Right.
put yes or no.
Well, you're not supposed to electioneer in that newsletter. It's political speech technically for referendum or political candidate, you know better.
So. Yeah, so anyway, the idea is to try to be neutral and not political.
And to give the view, whatever trustees are working on to make sure that gets in the newsletter and informs the public. What happened with Larry is he only covered the areas that he was interested in.
I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna start an email distribution called the Mayor's Voice. And you guys do what you want. If you want to include my stuff in it, you feel free to. If not, I'll send it the way I
Now,
please.
the only question I had is, he said not using village resources. So our official email goes on a server, correct? We have a server that it goes on, and that uses electricity that we pay for. correct?
Yeah, technically.
So it is a village resource.
I think
people
Mr.
that we pay to
Beltramo,
maintain
I
it.
think Mr. Beltramo addressed it as, that's not what he's considering on that.
Yes, I mean, if he's saying
But
it.
he said village law was unclear on this issue.
Well, if he's saying it may not be possible, then, we can accept.
I mean,
But
obviously you put out a mass email with your own email to anybody you want.
we're talking
Well,
about.
we're trying to prohibit it. according to
We're
this.
talking about village.
No, that's not.
We made an adjustment to this
Yeah.
as far as super majority approval.
No.
Don't work in your
No.
stuff.
Never get a newsletter out.
Guys,
No.
no, that's not necessarily the case. I don't always vote with Frank. I might agree with you guys on what we write, but to require a simple majority, I mean,
That'll make it harder to get a newsletter out.
yeah, but if what you write is not agreeable, maybe it needs adjustment, but if it's super majority, then,
That actually might work.
Why?
Well, because then we all agree that whatever's in that newsletter, or the super
So it's
And
not
then
controversial
it's
stuff we can agree
the
upon.
thought of us
I
three,
think
dictating the content.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
So, I mean, I see this pretty much a newsy kind of thing. This is what's happening. This is where the water study is. This is what's happening on this grant. That's what the newsletter should be.
But I still don't think we should curtail the mayor's ability to communicate with the public.
Well, it sounds like we can't, so that's fine. What it means is maybe we have a separate email that we send out if we want to, if we're up for it. As trustees, we could do that. And then when it comes to the newsletter that's mailed in the water bill, which is a much bigger distribution, that could be a joint newsletter. Does that make sense?
Ben, as far as I'm concerned, you use your village email, how you want to use your village email, as long as it's lawful. And as long as it's not violating the idea of resources beyond electricity for an email or whatever the hell that was.
Well, it's not my email, it's the email list that Terry maintains. So it's like 200 or whatever. How many people you got?
I don't maintain it, I don't know.
Who does? Jen?
I have access to it.
You know how many?
It's like 240.
So that's the email we're talking about. And so that's fine. But the newsletter could be one big thing, right?
Does the newsletter get sent out via email as well?
Yes. Yeah.
That's how I saw the last one.
Well, that's the only way.
Two ways.
No.
Email Huh?
I get my email.
Well, you gotta sign up for it.
Not the
I
one
signed up 4 times, I never get it.
Not the one.
Check spam.
Well, actually, I'd like to see us spend the money to send it by mail, you know, well, even the water bill doesn't go to all our residents. It only goes to property owners. And I would
That's
like,
another issue.
yeah, no, but that is an issue, is that we don't send it to everybody.
We
who
just
lives here.
tabled a motion about Earth Day, and that's
We're
what.
gonna generate-
Well, but still, I think it's important
Nothing
for
to take, no, we
residents
denied it, we denied
to
it.
see what's happening in the village. I
Was that-
would prefer a mailing
Well, no, we have to
once a
say we
year
denied
to
it.
everybody who lives here.
Nothing to table.
Because property owners could be living on Long Island.
So what do you want to do? All I know is, but my only input here was to tell you that you can't prohibit me from communicating with the public. That's all I provided here, and that's my service for the community.
No, I'd like to.
All right,
see us
so
improve
I
our
gotta
communication.
reword this, so, I could reword it for next.
Want to come
meeting.
back to it?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
Because
table
it's not
it.
about tax break, it's affecting us.
right.
Table it.
Can I get a motion to table it?
I make a
Come
motion.
on, we've done this.
Table it.
Who made the motion?
I-
Liz did. Did I have a second on the
Okay.
table? No discussion allowed. It's a direct vote. All in favor? Aye.
And we can table the rest.
Well, you're not tabling, it's just not gonna be raised.
Okay.
Other business?
Well, it could be very quick. Could be very, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, I have other business. I wanted to bring up that since the Romano administration, I've had a key to the village hall. And the reason being is I work full time. So a lot of times I can't get to the village hall during business hours. So there's things that are in my mailbox. Because I'm a liaison, I have vouchers I need to review and sign. So it's always been a given that I would have a key. Recently, the lock was changed on Village Hall. And when I asked the mayor if I could get a key, he refused. And I asked him why. That, you know, a trustee who's a fellow public official, a village employee, was denied access to his mailbox. And, you know, if I do need to use village resources for village business, when I can't get during the business hours. What I was told is that there are, you know, for lack of a better term, it's HIPAA, which are confidential employee files that are unsecured. And that was the reason. Well, there are 7 staff members that did get keys. And my question is, are all 7 of those staff members allowed to look at confidential employee files?
Nope. But I'm there to make sure they're not.
But not after hours.
But not after
And
hours.
just for transparency, Sean, that my response to you was after discussing the matter with the office staff before I took over, it was determined that too many people had access to the building with no level of control, and there are too many records and other materials of value to not have a more controlled approach to access outside of normal business hours. You need access outside of business hours. Feel free to call me or ask one of us to grab your mailbox contents and bring them to a meeting. With respect to the voucher signatures, I'm always happy to sign off if you're not available, or to ask you to look over something if I'm not comfortable signing. Remember, liaison is the pleasure of the mayor. You're not replacing me. I'm saying, hey, you can sign these on my behalf, basically.
I understand that. Well, my point is that if we gave keys out to multiple people who aren't supposed to see those files and have access after hours, it seems arbitrary and capricious that one individual who's a fellow public official, all of a sudden I get denied access.
As I said today, I would prefer that we secure the files, and I'm not sure why they weren't secured previously, and then get the keys out at that point when we're feeling comfortable that there isn't this possibility. like I said, Marshall and Sterling had called to my attention the HIPAA problem. I didn't realize, I don't think he realized necessarily what existed.
No.
So is no one getting keys until the locks are on, and then you'll distribute keys, including the Sean?
Well, I don't know what you mean by locks are on after securing the
I
files,
thought
whatever
all
that
those
means.
files were secured in the vault.
Not all of them.
The vault is not large enough to contain all of those files.
And there's
So-
no other way to lock files.
There's not a closet that you can lock.
I can't lock my closet. What are you talking about? I got the stationary stuff.
File cabinet, or, you know, I mean, it's gotta be,
I think Mayor Rossi just said he was working on getting
Right.
locks for them.
So are the keys not being distributed to anyone until those?
Well, we only have 3 keys left, I think, because of the staff members and Dave Bush, who might need emergency
Well,
access.
I guess the point he's trying to make, should there just be one person with a key who can look at those confidential files? And everybody has to go during business hours.
I go during business hours. and I get my stuff done.
I mean, if it's village staff, they're gonna show up just during village hours, correct?
That's the hope at this point, yeah.
so why do
Maybe
they
don't
need
need
keys?
keys.
Actually, about 11 o'clock
at night.
Bob's a culprit.
Well,
I'm just, the line of reasoning doesn't hold water.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
as Liz said to me in our meeting before I took office, it's my job to make sure the village doesn't get sued now, right?
Well, you're still endangering them because you have people that can't look at those confidential files who have access after hours. So you haven't solved that issue.
I'm,
All you've done is denied
I'm
one
trying to,
trustee a key.
no, I'm denied 4 trustees a key.
Okay, well, then you denied four trustees a key, who each one of their vote weighs as much as yours.
I'm well aware, and you can vote however you like, but my point to you is that under the circumstances, I'm making a judgment call based on discussions with office staff who are the most familiar with what goes on in the office, that there is a problem, and then it was furthered by discussion with a health benefits administrator that told us about some of the HIPAA issues. I understand what you're saying, Sean. I'm trying to tell you how I landed there. It wasn't just Frank being Frank, as you probably would consider it, or arbitrary or capricious.
Have people been given keys? Peach staff? people
Yes,
been
7
given
I
people have been
identified them in the
given
email
keys.
today.
Yeah,
yeah, but why
So
were
what-
they given keys and not Sean? What's the difference?
Because we have to go to work every day, and I might call in sick one day, but Jen still has to get in. It's not
Okay, you
feasible
have
for-
you have one person other than the mayor who has.
The
the
statement
keys.
in the email was anybody that has a desk or an office in that floor of the building got a key. We didn't hear
again,
one of
that's a
the
very
found.
arbitrary and capricious reason to deny a key. So that I would like to perform my duties that I was given. I realize that you can do it too, but I would like to review those documents because I think I may have an expertise on what those payments are that maybe you do not. I mean, I assume that's why you appointed me or maintained my
Have I
liaison.
ever been shy to discuss matters or ask you your opinion on something?
I guess not, but it has been something that's been done for years and years and years. I've had a key since I was 2017. It said it was 2017, and it seems very arbitrary that all of a sudden I wouldn't have a key.
Listen,
And well, frankly, I don't understand why. I mean, she's deputy mayor, and I would assume she would need a key.
I'd rather it be the case that
Yeah.
the
I mean,
staff, the mayor, when I need to take over as the bigger role as the deputy, yeah, then I will ask for a key, but I don't need to have a key all the
Well, what
time.
if
I
we-
go before work. And again, your situation is different, but it sounds like the mayor is addressing it and trying to get it to a point where we give you a key, it sounds like. At
No,
least
I
that's
would
what I'm
think that
hearing.
you would have one because.
I
what
don't
if-
want a key. This is the work they're doing. I
No, what if
honestly,
what if it's a weekend and he's unavailable and you take over?
we live like a block away. We live a block away.
No,
No,
he's
he
out
may
of
be out of
town.
town.
He's out of town,
I
he's
had
in
to
an
do that as
accident.
deputy mayor.
There's a crisis going on in
Well,
the village. I would think. you
Regardless,
want
it
a key.
sounds, I can call Terry, but regardless, it sounds like Frank is working on a solution. Maybe give it a little time.
Well, I was gonna make a motion, but I will table it for the next meeting.
if you have some ideas on good ways to secure these files, I am all ears, because I prefer not
I
to
would
have them
assume
out.
a locking file cabinet, which is what I think every other office uses.
I will
Yeah.
bring to your attention now, though, that we are gonna have discussions with benefits administrators to talk about them handling some of the HIPAA relevant files down the line, because I think it's a much safer, better option for our protection. So this is down the pike after we kind of weigh all the different options in that
I
respect.
mean,
We're
yeah, if we
actually
don't
doing it.
have an HR representative in the office, then that would be,
You do.
who's our HR representative?
Well, I mean, doesn't the fire department have locked files down in their space there, you know?
Well, they have a separate key, don't they? A separate entrance.
Yeah.
That's true. But I mean,
Downstairs isn't getting upstairs key and vice versa, basically. I haven't asked for downstairs key myself. Okay, is that it for other business?
That's it. I said my piece.
Thanks. Anybody else? Public comment too? Lisa has broken the record in the village, I think.
So I'm only gonna say good things right now. Lisa Spidell, 106 Prospect Street. We did the cleanup this weekend.
That's sweet.
Revamping Community Emergency Corps, Bernadette, Liz, thank you. Community members, thank you. Lions Club, Rotary Club, all of these people come out because they love this village. And they want to take care of this village. And it's all of us. It's not just one of us. It's also, number two, don't know if you realize this, Mayor. Administrative professionals week. Terry, Jennifer, you are appreciated by all of us. I mean, seriously, by me.
Thank you.
I would like to say publicly that, you know, regardless of some of the motions and the actions or whatever, we have a team that's unbelievable that, and I said on Facebook, I'll say it here, makes it a pleasure to go to work every day. I didn't think I'd be spending 6 to 8 hours in the office every weekday, but they make it. Hey, but they make it able to be done with sanity and teamwork, and I've never experienced that in other jobs and situations I've been in leadership and whatnot. So thank you definitely for what you guys do. Thank you. Anna Stanko,
I will be quick.
famous last
I
words.
forgot what I was gonna say, 32 Penn Street. I want to reference the PDD topic a little bit.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
I got it.
I feel, as a zoning board chair and as a member for many years, that you guys just don't have confidence in your boards. We are supposed to have confidence in you as our elected officials. We have been appointed to make sure that what happens in this village is according to what is good for the village, is according to what the village resident wants. Maybe I'm being a little cocky, but I do feel that I have a pretty good pulse on what the village wants. I have a very good rapport with most of the village residents. I get people calling me, telling me there's a dead cat on the road. Please call somebody to take care of it. This is broke. I'd have nothing to do with this stuff, and they call me anyways. Ben, Liz, Sean, were any of you here when Rite Aid wanted to come into the village? I see a big no.
Come on, Bill.
Oh, long time ago, but I was here. And you know what? They didn't come in because it wasn't right for the village. We didn't have a PDD. The planning board and the village officials, Kevin McDonough was the chair back then. The planning board made sure that what was happening in this village was what was meant to happen in this village. Out of zone. You were all here for that a few months ago. They didn't come in either, did they?
They were denied because of the exit. They
Excuse
only
me?
wanted one exit.
I can't hear you.
Oh, they were denied primarily because
By
they
who?
wanted.
By who?
By the planning board.
There you go.
They failed on about 10 different levels of
That's
seeker
exactly
also.
it. There were a
Yeah,
lot of
seeker.
issues. You have two boards in this village that are more than capable of taking care of this stuff. You referred back to the zoning issues. I will remind you all, Ben, you weren't on the board, about 2 years ago, Larry Woolbright appointed an ad hoc committee of myself, Rory O'Connor, and two other members of our boards, and Tina Mangino Coffey, who, if you don't know it, is responsible for how the village looks right now, because back in the 80s and early 90s, there were about 90% storefront vacancies. We worked on the zoning code. We had a good handle on it, and a couple of you that are still here objected so much, you made him disband our little ad hoc committee because you didn't think that there weren't enough people. I don't even know why, but he came to us and said, you can't meet anymore. We had a great handle on revising the zoning. We know what's wrong with the zoning. Probably better than you do, because we deal with it every day, every month, every time we have a meeting.
That's why I attended, to see what subjects come up.
Okay. You're talking about 15,000 square feet. We have people here, Spencer Tacey and Ron Murphy are willing right now to dump millions of dollars into this community. Coffee Planet's over 15,000 square feet. How do you think he did down there? Didn't have to have a PDD to renovate that, did he? What about the Medberry? That's over 15,000 square feet. None of you were here when the Medberry, you still go get shot in a beer for a quarter. I know like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? Then everybody else moved in.
They open right now?
Okay, we don't need all that legislation. You have two boards that can do that legislation. I understand a year ago, you were that long ago away from new zoning. Now you're a year closer to a master plan. Why put something in here that is going to prohibit these people from coming in? I had a good conversation with Spencer Tacey today. He's probably on the board, on there right now. Yeah, they're worried. They're worried. They don't want to come in and dump millions of dollars into this village when you guys are putting a damper on it. You really need to think about it.
Yeah.
That's what I have to say. Is my 4 minutes up,
You are
Frank?
up. You are up.
Thank you.
$7,000 for pansies. Was that where you finished earlier?
No, I got it. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. I have to apologize to Liz. She said I was wrong and I was wrong. It wasn't $1,800. It was $1,728.
What?
That this is, I'm reading the minutes from that meeting that I wasn't at because, so I got to depend on the minutes. The Friends of Wiswell Park met one time and Navy personnel were contacted for volunteer work on removal of bishop's weed. $1,728 of funds for materials were requested but were not acquired. So I was wrong, it wasn't $1,800. And then farther down here, we also agreed that we need to include some annuals to plant in the amended area for initial visual interest and public perception. Was that said? Something to that effect, right?
Yeah, there was to add some
Yeah.
flowers.
And to add some flowers. An amount of $7,200 will be requested.
No, that's not
That's not
complete.
exactly right.
I know,
Well,
but those
that's
minutes
what I have to go by.
the minutes need adjustment.
All right, so what was the
option-
fact? How much money
Okay,
was
okay.
requested?
The option is $1,700 in supplies if you have.
To kill a weed. Right?
Huh?
To kill out the weeds.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
okay.
okay, that's the cost of the supplies, the mulch, the dirt, the plastic and stuff. If you have volunteers to do the
Okay,
work.
what's the cost of the flowers?
That hasn't been determined yet.
It's not $7,200.
No, the 7,200 is if you hire a firm to do the whole thing. In other words,
Right.
if you
You
pay.
can understand my confusion
I
when
know
I'm
that
reading the
those
minutes.
minutes are not final. I haven't had a chance to do them. They'll
Those-
be quoting them yet as.
But that's what was sent to me as a member of the board, or the. what is
Yes,
it,
but they
committee
haven't
or
been
whatever it is.
commented on. That was
They're
2
not-
days
they're not quite
ago.
accurate.
They're not
They're
accurate.
not
I
accurate.
was there
Okay.
too.
Then I
Yeah.
take back the 8,000
So
or
the
the
choice
1,800
is,
and the 7,000 for the marigold. Because that's just what I'm going by. And Liz, you and I have been on that committee for a long time, and you know, this whole Bishop's Weed thing really drives me nuts. That we're paying so much money to get rid of a weed that's not even on the New York State invasive plant list. It's not, as of yesterday, maybe things change. And we're trying to so badly get rid of this weed. We could pay somebody, and I offered that community would send our guy there once a week to weed the new gardens.
okay.
I offered that. I offered,
No,
that's
when?
past tense.
When did you offer that? I don't remember that.
Oh, of course you don't. You don't remember a lot of things. You don't remember what people say or how people
Okay,
get on
that would
committees
be
either.
fine. Let
Let's
somebody
say fact-based,
try.
guys, come on.
Let somebody try. That's 20% of that park is covered with what
So you
according to.
mow it down, you take it and dig it out. That was offered by the town of Milton for free. And
I
then you
told
go
you
about
why
your business
digging
and
it
then you
out
just
wouldn't-
keep pulling weeds. Gardens have weeds, you pull them. It's that simple. I know, I'm an idiot, so.
No,
Thank
I'm
you,
sorry,
though.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Um,
If that would work, I'd be all in favor
My other
of it.
suggestion is that I love the way we brought the department heads in. Okay, it's fantastic. We learned a lot. Now I'd like to see us bring all the committees in. So that the people and the members of those committees can tell the public what their qualifications are and what they're accomplishing. I'd like to see that, but I guarantee you it's gonna be 3-2 against it.
What do you mean?
I will say one
It's gonna
thing.
be 3-2 against
Why would
doing
we-
that
Why would we?
because let's go Brandon in this village is 3-2. Remember that.
I think you're absolutely wrong. on
Oh, I am
that.
absolutely wrong.
I have
I
see
will-
nothing
I-
wrong with the different committees presented.
Okay, folks, I want to say one thing about
Make it
your,
happen.
I want to say one thing about your committee, and you please send them the note that Chris Williams is a rock star from everything I hear and is great at what he's doing for our village.
Oh, absolutely.
And so I don't want to lost that there may be mistakes in minutes or whatever, but some of the work that's being done by that committee is excellent. And I certainly do not want to lost on Ray, an objectionable statement in the end there that was unnecessary. Please don't do that, please.
And the whole Bishop's Week, it is Chris, the cooperative extension expert, saying how serious it is.
Oh, it is.
It
It's
is
a
an
pain in the
invasive-
butt, but you can control it. Like you control any weed in the garden, like
He's
dandelions.
telling
and all
us
that.
what's needed. I know. it-
He's
I'm
the
was
invasive
skeptical too.
species.
One at a time, folks, one at a
He
time.
is the invasive species coordinator for Cornell, and he said there were 2 options. One is a chemical.
Can we have Chris come to the next meeting?
Yeah, we
Can somebody
can.
arrange it?
I suggested that, and the other is covering it.
Put him in contact with me, Ray, and I'll set up with the next agenda. Thank you very much.
It's an issue.
Well, it may not be.
It's money, potentially.
Mayor, I have someone on line who has their hand raised.
Yep, go ahead.
Mr. Ward, if you're still there, we'd love to have you talk.
Nathan, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nathan Ward, 1 Hyde Boulevard. I know it's past 11 o'clock, so I'll just make this short. So I recently became a board member for the BSBPA, and I would just like to make another plug for the upcoming events. We have our first networking breakfast next Tuesday, May 3rd at the Front Street Social Club. Then we're going to have a bring back First Fridays. We're going to have soft open on May 6th. We're still looking for businesses. So if you know anyone that would like to participate, you could direct them to our website and fill out a form. And then we'll be rolling out with a First Friday theme in the upcoming months. Then we also have the farmers markets starting in June, every Thursday and Saturday. So we're still looking for vendors for that. So if you know any vendors, please reach out to them. And ask them if they want to join us. And then, like we said earlier, this is the summer, or it's been 2 long years of COVID, so this is the summer to get out and go out to businesses and participate. So this is the best way to do this, is go to these events. And thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. And like I said, send me or call to my attention if I miss it. Something about First Fridays especially. I want to keep plugging that so you guys get a little bit more exposure. That's a great event to bring back. And thank you, Dana, as well, shaking her head. Thanks, Nathan. Martha, go ahead.
Martha Iacolucci, 9 Russell Street. Just a quick question. Are the board minutes going to be put back on the website?
You know, I noticed today we're lacking
There aren't
since
any, the last minutes
since
are in February.
February 25th. I noticed that today, to be honest with you. And that doesn't strike me as correct as I thought we had some since that point. Now, obviously, the 28th was the one we approved today. So 28th, 4th, and 11th, March, April are going to be up there coming up. I'm not sure what happened to the 1st March. I literally noticed that around 5 o'clock today. So if you give me a chance, we'll get on that. I apologize for that. Donna.
Donna Dardaris, 64 Middle Street. I thought about waiting till next week, and I thought, oh my God, we might be here until after midnight next week. But I want to agree with what Lisa was saying about people in this village love the village. They're able to come together outside this meeting, outside of politics, and work on projects and work together. I've been on boards with Bernadette and Donna. I have been on a board of trustees with Gina. I'm in a service organization with Ray. Our politics are like this, but we work together for things we love and that we value and appreciate. And I would like to suggest that the village, I don't know if it's all the trustees and the mayor or how this would work. Solicit from the people who live in this village names and contact information on people that would love to volunteer when there's a need in the village. Whether it's an Easter egg hunt, if you do Family Fun Day again, you're going to need volunteers to help with planning and work the day of. I think all of us could come together, and if we're not in this meeting and listening to this, we can work together as a team and appreciate each other and like each other and respect each other and actually get some stuff done. And that's all I've got to say.
Don, I gotta say that your zen for volunteerism, your work with the community is second to none. And you and I politically, I know, are probably, as you said, like that. And I would never tell anybody otherwise. And we need more folks like you to be involved, not less. I apologize for not getting the Mayor's Advisory Board up sooner for special events, especially because I know you want to be a part of that, and some others do. And I think that's a good start to at least get some folks back on the thought process that volunteerism and events are going to become a big thing in the future again for the village, because we're missing a lot of them right now.
Right.
We need it.
Can I ask why you want to form mayor advisory groups, which are outside the board, are your selection of
Have you
people?
sat through the last 4 hours of this meeting, Liz? There's my case in point.
No,
We have to-
I
we
think
have to get it
it
somehow.
says one thing. It says, I want my group of people to advise, and that's fine. You can do that.
Liz, would Donna qualify quote as my group of people if you're using the definition of who voted for me or who supports me politically or whatever? I don't care who it is. Nathan reached out to me this week, and Nathan obviously and I had an interesting start there, but he asked me to put something up about First Friday soft open.
Right.
I not only put it up, but asked him, hey, give me some more information on it. I met with Andy Mannion and Lori Acey about the library without hesitating. Liz,
It's only me?
it may be because I don't know. You
Or
can,
is it only Ben, or is it only Sean?
I don't know what's going on, but I love
do.
the interactions with anybody and everybody. I don't care if they're pro or con me. I don't. And so that's the thing. We just go through 4-hour meetings, and you want me to put people through a process of a committee or something like that in this?
No, I think you should, that if we have topics to discuss. We want a committee that represents, that all of us can input, even Mayor Romano's budget committee. That was each person got to name one person. And it,
Please send me your thoughts on the advisory board. I'm not going to say no if somebody wants to contribute positively in those situations. Bob, go ahead.
You know, I have two kids that one's a 28 and one's a 22-year-old. One of the things I taught them growing up was respect. And I gotta tell you, I sat here for the last 4 hours and these insult bombs back and forth BS has gotta stop with you two. For all of you guys. It's why we're here for 4 hours, because you guys are bickering back and forth about BS. I'm sorry, it's gotta stop. Because we're gonna be here, like she said, till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, if you guys keep this crap up. You know, you may not like each other, you may not be on the same political spectrum or whatever it is. You have to work with each other. You guys have to listen to what the public is telling you, process it, and put out what you think is best. That is what your job is to do ultimately. Yes, you have your financially, or you're the chief, whatever.
Chief Executive Officer, I guess.
That's
Yeah, that's what I was told
You
today.
got that, and you guys have to vote on the budget, so on and so forth. But if you guys aren't working together, you're bickering back and forth. And quite frankly, you're probably ticking off a lot of people because you're sitting through this for 4 hours. You're like, what the hell are we accomplishing here? Absolutely nothing, because you guys are dropping insult bombs after insult bombs, going back and forth, and nothing's getting done. So enough of this crap. Get this crap done. Listen to us people, and it doesn't matter what affiliation we're part of. We could be Democrat, we could be Republican, we could be independent, it doesn't matter. We pay your salaries, you work for us, so let's see some goddamn action.
Mayor, Mr. Casey would like to say something.
Go ahead.
Mr. Casey, if you're there, we would love to hear from you.
Go ahead, Spencer.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for taking my call. You guys do like long meetings. As far as to go along with what the last gentleman just said, there's a lot of stuff that should probably, in my opinion, be worked out. Not to pick on you, Sean, but the key thing, I mean, it seemed like a public humiliation, or I don't know what the benefit was, but I mean, make a call to somebody in the office and ask what the reason is and take care of it. We don't need to know about all the little stuff. We voted in adults. I think you guys should handle that like adults. As far as the PDD thing, I did meet with everybody. One was the night after the moratorium vote, and I was ready to do some developing, and I'm actually glad I dragged my feet, seeing as how the price of materials are through the roof right now. But I still am here and still wanting to do things. The fact that I'm dealing with non-conforming lots and smaller lots does dictate the 3, 4, and 5-story deals when you're trying to accommodate aging people in elevators. 3 stories in an elevator on a small lot does not work. If you want to get into the logistics, I told everyone this at the last meeting, feel free to give me a call. I'd be happy to go walk the property, just like I did with Frank and Christine Fitzpatrick. And thank you, Christine, as well, because you did listen to me, and I did say that 5 made more sense and whatnot. So thank you for voicing that. So anyway, as far as that goes, I don't think we need a PDD. I think the committees that we have in place and all the people that are there on the boards, Rory and Anna, that are heads of those, do a great job. And they get and protect everyone here. And I talk to those guys all the time, so they know what's going on. I hope that whatever is going on in the parks, that we don't use weed killers, seeing as how all our kids hang out in the park and watch movies. I don't think that's a good idea. So if there's any option besides picking weeds, I hope it's not using harsh chemicals that people could have reactions to. The Mayor's Advisory Committee, I think that all of you should have your own advisory committees so that you can reach out a little bit further than just your neighbors. Advisory committees are just reaching out to see what the people want, in my opinion. It's there to advise you, to tell you what's going on, what people are thinking. As far as the newsletter goes, I don't think you guys are accomplishing anything because you can't agree with anything. So moving forward, I wouldn't even think about sending out a newsletter until you guys get all on the same page about what you're going to deliver. And then the sidewalk dining, I hope you don't kill that, because a lot of the restaurants in town are already doing it. We never needed a permit before COVID, and COVID brought it out that all of a sudden we need permits and everything for it. I know a lot of the restaurant owners depend on that extra space, and a lot of the people in town like to go and hang out in all these restaurants. So that is it. I think you guys there's a lot of talent on our boards and committees, and I think you guys should just bring it all together and listen to everybody instead of hashing everything out. I'd like to see some stuff get done here in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer.
Bob Kavanaugh, 20 Crestline Drive, Forest Park, just so everybody can be sure of that. And the people who I work with in the office, Terry, Jen, and Frank has heard me. All this crap you people keep going with social media, transparency and everything. What's the rest of it, Jen? You're missing half of the people in the village who just plain don't care. They're not on social media. They could care what you're putting on there. Get out, meet the people, and learn about the people that live in this community. Just like Donna said, we've been here a long time. I'm not a lifelong resident, but most people don't know that, because I know them. They can single all of you people out as phonies and out of towners, because you don't know a damn thing about the village. Go learn it from the people on the street. Put away your computer, fold that thing down sometime. Look out here instead of typing away and making your next phony statement. Get out with the people.
I'm taking notes on what you're saying, Bob.
Take them here.
Anyone else?
Frank, if I may, I know I'm over my time. I just want to apologize to the board for that last statement I made. It was wrong. It was inappropriate and it was wrong. It was just my frustration coming out. And I apologize.
Thank you.
Hope you accept that.
Lee, I think you're in the next meeting for Bottle Museum coming up, so looking forward to that discussion.
Should I wear a vest?
If you want me to put you right at 7:01, I could understand.
No, that's
Board comments, questions, concerns, dare I ask? I want to say one brief thing if I can. This is the second straight meeting I'm going to have to say the same thing. This is the sad thing. 7 o'clock, 7:05, all these mayor announcements, most of which good news. That's what just happened again, because email gets sent on Thursday, people willfully ignore it. We try to do the right things for the village, and we can disagree all day long, but ultimately we can't meet again later this week to discuss it on our own time, because maybe we screwed up. Maybe we didn't do the right things in this process. There's a lot of things here that I really am bothered by myself tonight, but I will assure you of one thing as mayor, and folks at this table are my witness, some of you. It's been 21 days, 3 weeks as mayor. Every day, I've either tried to solve a problem, work with staff to help them do it, dug deep into a field or an area where I'm not comfortable necessarily, rake leaves, which is another field where I'm not necessarily comfortable, and you saw my work.
You did great.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, but I forgot to include you.
Don't worry about
thank
that.
you for explaining it to me.
Thank you. But understand, it's new to me in some ways. Okay, that was the whole tagline before the election, I'm sure. But what isn't new to me is the idea, you put in the work, you talk to the people that matter. I've done a podcast for college football for, what is this now, 14 years. And I learned one thing that's important that I transferred to this job. I take the spotlight that's put on me in that podcast and push it onto the people that deserve it, the student athletes and the coaches out there. They're the ones that deserve it. And in the case of our village, as mayor, there's a spotlight that comes down on this. I want to uphold a high integrity as that person to keep that spotlight for this reason. I get to push it onto you as our residents and as our businesses and as our friends, the people that actually deserve it. You pay the taxes, you do the good things, you're our volunteers, the people that make this place work. And I will continue to do that. Yes, I might get feisty about it, but it's a passion to do it for you. I would hope that the feistiness to the trustees is the same thing at the end of the day. While I apologize for the 4-hour and 28-minute meeting at this point, I won't apologize for fighting for you, nor will they. I'm sure we all care about you and love this community. Otherwise, why would we be here at the pay that we're getting right now?
Exactly.
May I get a motion to adjourn and the vouchers number 22-01218 to 22-02002 to be audited.
I will make the motion.
I'll second.
Condensa, Raymond. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous.
I made it. I would put it in that. I'll make some. I don't know. But I will.
We actually